Hey everybody, I am Mad Max of Maxwell Manor, and I am eating my dinner, which is saltines. So, the update to Mr. Chip. We have settled on the $1,000
New keepsake.
overall cost. And, we have it scheduled for May 11th. So any donations would be greatly appreciated.
This ought to be interesting.
Asphodel has flooded once again with flame. Not quite the afterlife experience promised to the dead residing there now, is it, boy?
Who's ready for the real afterlife experience?
What shall we do here once you finally arrive?
I feel fabulous. Not now.
That is an auspicious start.
Time to collect. Brimstones. Colorful.
Sorry, I don't have anything really much to say. I did 4 laps today. I should bring up the point that somebody else brought up on the blind forum. I was so desperate I went to the blind forum. But I still can't get my fucking Twitter account back.
I bet Charon's going to want all this.
But let me just... Sorry for the chewing. Hopefully it's not too loud. So somebody said, okay, so if you can't work, I assume you're getting the highest rate of disability allowances from your local council of government. Therefore, you should be getting over $1,200 give or take each month. So it should only take you, what, 2 months max to afford it? Obviously, I don't know your complete situation, but I find it hard to believe that someone, judging by the quotes, told you that basically your lungs alone restrict you from doing work altogether. I take it you can use your hands and brain pretty well. There's plenty of working from home computer jobs that might take your fancy and get you the money that you need, and that's just one area to look into. And then insofar as my weight, I'm not being funny, but that just sounds like a pathetic reason to feel sorry for yourself and to get other people feeling the same way. To elaborate, in my humble opinion, a big person can stream just as good as a tiny person. It doesn't mean either one will get more likes or subs or whatever. So I really don't know what weight has to do with it. You are you, and that's that. I'm not the smallest girl in the world, but I'm not going to care in the slightest about people, especially strangers, think of me. If they know me and don't like me, then I can understand that. But if they don't know me and don't like me, then that's just ignorance on their part, whether that be regarding my looks or personality. Perhaps you should think like this too. It may give you more confidence in yourself. As I say, I'm not trying to hinder you. I'm just playing devil's advocate, as I find it very hard to believe someone would fob you off working just like that, especially with all the new back-to-work policies coming into play moving this year forward. I said, I've literally died 3 times because of my lungs. My eyes are bad. My lungs are much, much worse. I'm going off of what Voc Rehab told me in California and what SSI up here in Washington told me when we moved. Nobody will hire me when a stray bit of perfume can kill me. Stay home and take the check. As for my finances, I get the $11.50. Half goes to rent and food. Half goes to my credit card. The problem is that my credit card also pays for the expensive experimental fibro pills that have to be compounded, and those I need almost as much as the Advair, Montelukast, albuterol, and other asthma meds. Insofar as my weight goes, I've lost 95 pounds since May of last year. I didn't do it because I give a shit about my looks. I'm still as fuck ugly as I've always been, except now I look like a deflated tire or a saggy testicle with all this excess skin. I really hate my excess skin. I did it because fuck doctors who refused to see me without being able to wear a mask. Then when COVID ended, it became, let's see how far I can actually take this. Point being, the weight loss thing has been the big thing this last year, and I'm even willing to put that on hold to help my bestest boy. As for working, I am beyond scared shitless of losing my medical coverage. If I lose the $11.50, that's bad. If I lose the medical coverage, I die within 2 months. As it turns out, I was right when I told every fucking one of my doctors that my weight did not influence my disabilities. My fibro is still a day to week ruining. My asthma and COPD is still hair trigger. I've still got ROP and hearing loss. Nothing has changed physically since going from 306 to 210. Just like I fucking told them. And in May, when I get my big 40 physical/blood test, I'll bet the blood numbers won't have changed either. Getting back to the point, even if I didn't have the medical staff of Damocles hanging over my head, I simply can't wrap my brain around modern technology. Besides needing to immediately go 1-for-1 from SSI, SSDI, Primera to the exact same breadth of coverage in a job with no downtime, I simply don't have the skills because when I could have learned them and begged to learn them, I was denied. Hell, I was even kicked out of college, politely asked to leave for the safety of the other students, because I had an attack from some pothead that rushed me to the hospital. I don't even know where to start learning any kind of marketable skills, let alone how I'd find a job and make the money in time for the surgery, which is on May 11th. If I could pay it down in 2 months without help, I would. Trust me, I don't like begging like a fucking homeless person. I feel bad enough about it, but the facts are the facts. I need help. My dog needs help. I'm paying for the surgery one way or another, but I would appreciate any kindness, so I'm not dipping my credit card so hard that it'll take me a year or more to catch back up. That was from some other reply. And before you ask, my roommates both say he's your dog, it's your responsibility. I asked them first. They'll drive him to and from surgery since I can't drive, but the costs are on me. And then, somebody, let's see here. Somebody said, I do agree with your roommates, though. Your dog, your responsibility. Also, and this may piss you off too, but I'm blunt as you are, and based off things you've said on Twitter and so forth in the past, that dog runs your life, and that's not the way relationships should go. Have to do this at this time of day because of the dog. Can't stream now because of the dog, etc. I said, I'll say it like this, Granny. I've learned a lot of lessons from Chip for my next dog. After this surgery, my wife is stealing him because she loves him more, and I can do better with the next one. Now, that's not exactly what's happening, but it's a gross oversimplification of the real complexities of what's happening. Basically, the wife is taking over all payments after the surgery, and she's going to pay me back from the surgery. So, but it's going to be really, really slow, and paying down my credit card takes absolute priority because the interest will fuck me. I said, you're not wrong, though. It wasn't wrong when my roommates and wife said it either, and both Chip and I have learned to be self-reliant day to day, which is why I was able to unretire. So, yeah. So that lady saying all that shit pissed me off so much that I was actually able to get 2 more laps than I thought I'd be able to get in the day. So, yay, weight loss. Which is why I'm eating crackers. Because today was a flare day, and I walked 4 fucking laps. So I need my salt. Party, huh?
Let's go, Doomstone.
So, Aphrodite reached you first.
The might of the Huntress. Let's deal some death. Where now?
Oh, you know it now. Damn it. This one's all fucked up.
What a surprise. Now you be careful.
I think I might have got.
It's all yours.
Cheers, mate. I'll take them. Whatever, let's try it.
Those tropes are not for you. Blood and darkness.
Well, that's better.
God damn it. There we go. So if anybody has any requests for games they want to see me play. Excuse me, Christ almighty. Please let me know. The plan is to play whatever, and then play Final Fantasy and react to silly Rings of Power videos.
Gods grant me strength. Juicy.
Not much of a choice, admittedly. Oh, but this is such a heartbreak, dearest. Why would you do that? You know that I won't take this lying down.
Didn't have much choice. Let's give her a show then.
That worked out.
The truth is, I'm a lover, not a fighter, dearest. So how about we call this matter put to bed and get on with our lives?
Let me have it.
They're in chaos.
Chaos flows through me. Olympus, I accept this message. Oh, Hi there.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting for this. Really.
You must be one of Megara's lovely sisters. I don't believe we've had the pleasure. Waiting for what exactly?
So sick of, you know, doing my regular job, uninterrupted, not having to clean up Meg's messes.
I get the feeling we're starting off on the wrong foot.
Anyway, I always wanted to kill a god. You'll have to do. Start this.
Blood in the darkness.
Now you've done it!
Oh, I won't go back.
Why you?
I don't like her very much. Did Malphon shudder?
Oh, I didn't see you come in.
Off to Asphodel. Well, I did. Exactly what I need. I'll just take this one. Broke out of Tartarus.
Yeah, I just need to hard focus on health.
Asphodel. Good, come on in. I can use that back home.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Moving right along. Here I am. Looks like a good batch.
Hey, my first fishing spot.
Let's fish. Come on up.
Hey, I got a good one. I'm gonna put this one to the side for the chip cracker tax. The boy needs his crackers.
I got a flame eater. Sure, why not?
You leave my troves alone.
God damn it!
Not yet.
Chaos giveth and chaos taketh away.
I've done the
Your ex.
My faith is prone to shakiness at times.
separate.
Who's the best three-headed boy?
You have been
Oh, you know.
livable.
Well aware, thanks. The head chef is going to want this fish. Here's what I caught lately. Done deal. Got anything good? That's too good a deal to pass up. Sure. Now to give me strength. How else can I improve?
I need 50 keys.
I'll take that deal. Extra keys. Need more of those, so here. What more potential do I have? Can't afford that. Feeling good. Skelly, let me give you... I'll keep that in mind, mate. I need the rail. Myself. My keepsakes. Go with that one.
Alright. Oh shit. I'm down to my last cracker. I will be right back. Need to give the boy his cracker tax. Yes, I'll get you water. I know you need it. There you go, buddy. More water than you should ever need to drink. 'Cause I accidentally filled it way too full. Whoops daisy. Alright. I have done everything. I have brushed my teeth. I have gotten cough drops from the wife. I've given Chip his cracker tax. I've done everything. And hopefully that means I can finally get down to brass tacks. God damn, bro, I knew you were thirsty, but fuck.
Lord Ares.
Sense that you have.
Sure.
Have to re-arm. What do we have here?
Hearts, yay. So holding down the attack button is actually more viable, if a little strange. You can see in how I move compared to how I normally move. It doesn't quite work right. But it's a nice rest for my hands.
Y'all feel better.
Hey, son. From yesterday, very much. Just like I thought. Yes. I even got 4 laps done, which is my normal amount.
Sunseal, that was a terrifying 3 in tunes today.
Yeah, that fucking ad read, that was the drizzling shits.
In the name of Hades.
In the name of Jesus! Hey, I can finally give a nectar to Sissy.
Just on a little break.
Hello, sir. Hey, sir. Thought this...
Now hold.
Thanks for that, sir. You ever meet a
Ah. Good choice.
Ah, yes, I've met her. She's a right cunt. Yep.
You lads again, huh?
Oh, this is working marvelous.
Anyone else?
Well, look at you.
We'll do this one.
The dead had better hide. Heads up.
A daddy hammer. Anything armored is gonna fuck us.
Let's see how we can modify the rail. All tuned up.
I didn't really need the boons.
The gods want me to pick a favorite.
If I can just get a nat crit.
It's a hard kind to run.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Give me Ares.
I'm amazed I didn't get hurt worse. Special damage, death defiance.
Rearmed.
So if anybody has any requests for games they'd like me to play before I go into the Final Fantasy / reaction portion, let me know. And if I'm in the mood for it, I'll play them.
That is private property.
Don't get in my way.
Who is going to clean all this up?
There we are.
Yay!
This too.
Double yay! A fishing spot and a chaos spot!
Lights out. Time to fish.
All I need is 30 keys, and I'm all done in terms
Wow,
of
still Scion.
the mirror.
Might as well. Interesting. This is for you.
I got a message. Guys, chat, what do they want? Oh, Jesus, Ron. Those are some ribs. Holy crap. That's a fucking pick'em right there. A poom? Oh, no. We need a poom. We need to do attack poom.
The power of the gods.
I almost forgot. Christ, that would have been embarrassing.
Nice to meet you. Hey, you must be...
Oh! Right, I'm really fucked.
What is she?
I didn't die.
That's one way to prove I'm innocent. Did Exegriff just shudder?
Exegriff always shudders. I judged Ron's pork ribs an erection of meat, although they might be beef ribs.
Well, Father, I'm trespassing through your secret hall and going up. All set.
Actually,
Should I take the train?
15% damage is nothing to sneeze at.
Nowhere to go but up. Got it.
So, son, oh, I never showed you. You probably weren't even here for the reading. I gotta show you this real quick. Copy. There you go. Fuck off.
Maxwell_Manor. https://4.
Yeah. Anyway, check that out. I said, that is an erection of meat. And he goes, dude, I get fucking giddy like a schoolgirl when I go to Eggers and get the meat. I know how gay it sounds, but I don't give a fuck. That's Ron saying that. That's a Derek line. That is lock, stock Derek line.
Love that sulfur smell.
God damn my sinuses.
I think not.
Where the fuck are they? Oh, there she is. Bitch. Oh, that's why there's more than one of them.
Where now?
More red.
Okay.
Boy, I would say that getting the AoE hits are doing our work for us. Oh yes.
Over there.
Dash.
It's me or them.
It's me again. Wait. We can't do that one.
Moving on.
Oh wait. We could have done that one again. Oh well.
I can use this.
Wisdom guide you, cousin.
Wow.
The riverboatman cares.
Hey, Charon. Couldn't agree more, mate. Away we go.
Oh yeah, this is working marvelous. Except for that.
Oh, that hurt. Listen. The curse of chaos is...
Hey, man, I know that.
Hey, there we go.
Phew, that's good.
Give me that extra life. Fuck. I can finally zippity zoop like normal. Asshole.
I'll take it.
I remember getting fucking stun locked by those goddamn things. Now, did I hear... I did not. Thought I heard a chaos. Alas, we need more palms.
Delicious. Zesty. You come to fulfill my father's wishes. Rearming.
Whoops. I zigged when I should have zagged.
Any more heads you'd like chopped off? No?
Surpassed my Hydra.
You are correct, Father. That'll keep me alive.
I've got 2 whole points.
Yes.
I'm rich.
Nice and cool up here.
Give me infinite shot. Or something else fun. Whoa! Oh no! Oh no!
Armed and ready.
Oh shit. This is gonna be dumb.
Splitters.
I mean, this is kind of the opposite of what I wanted, but when you do this much fucking damage, it's kind of like, you know what, that's okay. Ow.
A palm of power.
Oh, Hosanna, it's a miracle. Don't even care about the fucking thing.
Amid.
This place is near as gloomy as the house.
What is that on your wrist?
Wait, this?
A keep.
Thanks, sir.
Ah, that wasn't worth it. Oh, that was super not worth it. Oh well.
The Bull of Minos.
You have met the champ.
You mean...
Life.
I am doing a respectable amount of damage to our Mr. Asterius.
Well done.
I beat the Bull of Minos.
Just barely.
Olympus, I have
Oh,
sent
damn
this
it.
message. That was regenerating.
Where?
Just in time. Not so fast.
I remembered.
Lord Hermes, please. Lord Hermes, I'm in your debt. I'm empty.
I mean, I'm already gonna die. I know I'm gonna die, but fuck it. You're in chaos!
Stay dead next time. Damn it, what's come back?
Ooh, a fishing spot.
Use the rod of fishing there. Fish.
That one caught me off guard.
Clam. Going in. In the name of Hades. semiotic strength. Glad I put in the order for a fountain chamber in this area.
I know, right?
Should come in useful.
Alright, now to fail utterly.
Rematch.
So hell.
Can you lead?
That's me. Listen to that, friend Asterius.
Ow.
Last chance.
Are you prepared?
Next.
With everything you have. Lady Aphrodite, guide my hand. Curse you! Again?
Yeah.
I shall await when next you clamber to these heights.
Don't care.
How could I lose to him?
Hello? It's a fun one.
Well, sign me in then.
How fair you?
It's just
What?
he.
Please send.
I take care then, sir.
What did I?
I don't know how.
Well, at least.
Anything I.
I fear my...
Wait, you found.
Well, this...
That's.
I appreciate... And after that...
Poor Dusa. Here's what I caught. Till next time. What's for sale? Give me the current special. Think I'll take it. That's beyond my means. Nyx's power. Hey. For you, mate. For me? Cheers, mate. You're pretty quick. Dash like. What's that one there? You are bound to me, and I am your host.
All right.
Again. Lady Artemis.
Hey, thanks.
Lady Artemis, you honor me.
Something.
Pow! How you like me now? Jesus Christ. Ooh!
Now,
Gotcha, bitch! Haha!
do I cut a void skate? Merely listen.
I'll take the health. Yeah.
The deepest.
Could you keep it down? Over here.
I wonder if I can get the flash kick. I fucking love that thing. Whoops, ran right into it.
Right there. Nice place.
Delicious.
That's what you get. A curse of chaos has its
There we are.
I'm glad that wasn't me. Hey, Prick.
You know, it's been on.
Oh, well. No worries whatsoever.
All right.
This could be good.
Ready, lads?
Jesus Christ.
Had enough? Lady Aphrodite.
Lasting
I'm honored, Aphrodite.
How I love to have you.
More.
God damn it, how the fuck did that even hit me? God damn it! There we go. That's good. The problem with that special is it's got a fucking...
Power of Olympus. Powered up.
It's got a fucking cooldown a mile wide. Oh, I really want that daddy hammer, but I really need the health. Actually, I think my punches do more damage now.
Centaur strength.
Don't make me laugh.
What in the fuck are they talking about? Oh. God damn it.
Idiots.
It's no use. Cheers, father.
More keys.
Who's it going to be? Think I know what you're going to say. This again.
Now we're starting to get a good groove. What the fuck are they all saying? Mute. Tired of getting distracted.
Peace to say.
Yulia_Sora, why is it always that level 35 to 45 stretch in MMOs that take forever?
I don't know, I'm level 48. Didn't take me hardly any time at all.
Wouldn't dare.
Might help. Up we go.
Then again, you do DPS classes, so... With tanks, all you have to do is run a couple of leveling dailies and you're done. Now, for me, it's fucking 50 to 60. Or 70 to 80. Why are are there so many fucking enemies all of a sudden?
Did Aramis manage to... Say no more.
Time to pick up the pace. How bad could it
Oh, I don't need this shit.
Who dares?
No time to lose. Easy does it. More Inferno bombers. How many more of these are there? Don't come back. All set. Darkness.
Yulia _ Sura, less, 50 to 60 is Heaven's Ward. You'll burn right through those
You're out
levels,
there,
probably
fish.
mostly in the first zone. 60 to 70 is
That's a
Stormblood,
bite.
I think. That one feels slow to start,
Station.
but ramps up fast. 70 to 80 is Shadowbringers, that one burns levels, and I never did get past getting off the boat in Endbringer, so no idea on that one.
Let's see here. Please, please. Oh, god damn it.
Hit me if you can, witches.
Oh, don't say that. At least it's an AoE hit. God damn it! Fuck off! Ah!
Yulia _ Sura, I'm just in that horrible spot in ARR where I have only 2 dungeons that opened up between 35 and 40, and I'm so tired of running Zats Tasha and rebelling roulette.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Witchcraft. What can you do?
You reached the flames.
That was a mess.
Divine protection. Good to be back here.
Hey. Say, Tom,
Of course I know.
your mates, huh? It'll be my pleasure.
Oh,
Wow, that's good. Till next time.
Later then, yeah?
at least I got better dodge chance.
can stop me. Why not? Charon, mate. I had to ask. Bone Hydra, you look different. Appreciate that. Now this.
Hey, I beat him without dying. I'm kind of really amazed that worked.
And clear. I'll take this one.
I'll do the lot.
That's it for Asphodel. Another day or night in paradise. for the Twin Fists. That should do it.
This'll pay for itself.
That was ill-advised.
Look at that. That does a shit ton of damage.
Ah, that's enough.
Finally.
Made something of a kapow build.
What's on offer?
Jesus.
Something wrong there.
What's the use?
Thanks a lot.
Ha! Here we go. This is where I'm gonna lose all my life.
I won't forget this.
You wouldn't hang with me given the choice.
Don't take it personally, Dionysus. I angered him, I guess.
God damn it. Fuck.
Okay, all right.
Fucking right.
Cheers to that.
Ugh.
Butterfly chamber.
fucker. Nothing I love more than getting killed where I can't see.
Butterflies.
Apparent chaos!
In the name of Hades.
Ugh.
Something's amiss.
Death approaches. Thought you could...
Thanatos.
Zagreus. Here come your father's forces.
Let them come.
I don't think I'm gonna win this.
Look what I
Throw
found.
them back. You left.
I left when it was...
That's more.
Am sad.
Great swords. That one's rearming.
There we go. Getting stun locked by 50 fucking enemies at once. I'm really sick of this fucking thing.
Nothing left here.
One more room, god damn it. Well, screwed again. Alrighty.
Asterius. Theseus.
Aha.
Oh no.
Hear that? Just... Wide open. Now, fiend!
Ow!
No mercy to monsters.
Isn't that offensive to Asterius?
You think you have the wherewithal to achieve victory?
Holy shit, I actually won! I did not expect that.
Who's champion now? My chaos being evolved a new effect. That shade there. Have I got a fan? Out of here. Thank you.
Goodness me.
What's with the air up here? Some of those urns have coin in them, don't they? Should stock up for the road ahead.
Fuck it.
Not yet.
Alright, what we got?
What sort of terrible snake stone is that?
Quiet. It's too quiet.
Get it to you, go.
Well, it's simply...
Lady Athena, thank you. Olympus, I accept this message. What's for sale?
Shit. Blast.
It's one of their dens. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?
God damn it.
By the power of Skelly.
The fucking regular ones are always harder.
Phew. One more chamber. I'll pay for that.
It feels unseen.
The vast. I've almost made it. Try this way.
I hear noises. I must go investigate. I will be right back. Have you been home all day? I thought you were.
Yeah, no, like story-wise, it's about the most amount of story you get out of Super Mario 1. But the animation and the fucking like my complaint isn't really a complaint. It's like Toad was marginally annoying, but that was Toad.
It's the fucking voice they usually.
So you kind of expect it to be marginally annoying. Yeah. Fucking. Yeah, Mario. Yeah. The Jack. Oh, dude, no, he Jack Black that shit. Of course he fucking did. They had two different scenes in the movie with Bowser playing the piano, singing. What? And they let Jack Black go fucking ham on those scenes. It was glorious. But the animation quality is top notch. It's absolutely phenomenal. And the music itself is almost fully orchestrated with just enough callbacks without being impressive. They actually are going to go full. That's the references that are in. That's the vision. There's a ton of little visual references off to bottom. But like the story itself is literally, lost it. They're waiting. I have to say much crashed into Boston. Then they get the Power Star and beat the Bowser. Happy ending. Yeah. It's like I said, the story is nothing to write home about, but every when they end up in their Monkey King Mario universe, the entire scene is fucking, and like they but he hands it up fucking hell too. Yeah. And so yeah, it's solid 6 out of 10. It's a good kind of a show that I'm watching. He's the last guy. Oh, look, the Shrek. Yeah, the Shrek. Just explore. The while since $5 for class. I've got a whole nother bag to grind or shred or whatever. But you might or might not have heard it from Derek. Mario movie, 6 out of 10. Worth a watch. Popcorn flick. Yay. Just make sure that everything popped back up like it's supposed to. Alright. So, after this run, I'm going to switch games. I will bring up my game list, and you guys can decide. Woo lad!
Never gone this far.
Gimme.
You're gone. SATA storage. Need all the firepower I can get. Yum. Enough of this place. Oh, Cerberus. All right, boy.
Terrified.
I owe you one, boy.
I did it! I made it to Hattie's! Oh, motherfucker, I needed to pop my neck.
Wow.
Ugh.
Oh, of course.
I never grew accustomed to the air up here.
You know, you're right.
It should not have had to come to this. For all your antics with me yet around the house, I always kept my temper, have I not? Unlike you.
Well, let's see. You've berated me repeatedly.
We're gods, boy. Killing one another is our lot. Although I always thought I was above it. I told you that you cannot leave this place. It seems I must enforce my rules myself. I'm sending you home. Now.
What's up?
Oh, Brandon was just asking how busy the movie theater was that night.
Huh.
Quarterly Wednesday, 70%.
No, you're going home, not me.
One of the other entertaining things that went with it was they strayed away from the damsel in distress, but managed to not sprint headlong into the woman in the house.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so he is moderately badass without overbearing Mario and Luigi.
Well, no, she was always comparable to them.
Yeah, but they stayed away from the Mario and Luigi damsel in distress.
But at the same time, Mwammons.
Oh my God. If you get the chance to watch it, you're gonna fucking love the princesses in another passage. Because you know they have to make
Oh God, yeah, it's required.
They're fucking playing for that joke. I could not think of back on the movie. I could not think of a better way to deliver the joke.
Untouchable for now.
Fucking
I'll slay you once her shield falls. You dare lash out against me like this, boy.
That's right.
What you desire is impossible.
We'll see.
We certainly shall.
Damn you, Father.
Hey,
Indeed.
Hey,
I understand.
simply put,
You wanted to...
I signed up.
All right. Father. Here's the fee. You've done so much for us, house contractor. Why don't you do a little something for yourself? Hey, that sounds handy there. What news, Spirit? Use them wisely, my
Oh
friend.
wow.
What's in stock? Seems like a good deal. I'll take that deal. Nix must be someplace else. Prophecy fulfilled.
Well, now what am I gonna do?
I'll take it. Let's see the last of them.
Oh, I don't have any more keys.
Hit the limit. We can't do that yet. Nix's strength. What's going on, Skelly? Skelly? Hey, if I must, should help me gain more darkness. Let's see what that one does.
Oh, right, I've got a... Now that I've got my health, I can bump up the challenge a bit.
I'm not authorized.
Just go, pal. You can do it.
Yeah, we're not trying that. Alright. Where's my thing? There it is. Switch to this. Alright, there are my games. Got Battle Brothers, Isaac, Conquest of Elysium, Darkest Dungeon, Death Road to Canada, End of the Gungeon, Final Fantasy, Hades, Monster Train, RimWorld, Risk of Rain, Streets of Rogue, Tiny Rogue, Urtuk, Warsim, War Tales, and Rastlin. First come, first serve. Whoever says it first in the chat, that's what I'm going to play. You have the power. So, yeah. Is even anybody in the chat? Well, one person's in the chat, probably just the wife. Well, if nobody says anything, I'm gonna fucking choose something. Nobody will like it because it'll be really boring. Oh. I tried. Go away, you. No. No. Oh, fuck it. Let's play Final Fantasy and listen to silliness. Where is that fucking thing? There it is.
Well, YouTube, it has certainly been a while. Rings of Power has inspired something of a creative analytical streak in me that has not been present for a couple of years, and I hope to take advantage of it for however long this video ends up being. I am going to dive right into things momentarily, but before I do, I will provide the smallest amount of context to ensure any potential biases are laid out on the table. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is, in my view, the single greatest work of cinema that has ever been made. I view the trilogy as a single cinematic piece, and I consider it as my personal favorite movie of all time. In spite of my adoration for Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, I have never read the Lord of the Rings novels by J.R.R. Tolkien. This is quite simply because I do not read books, and I do not read books because I find very little entertainment value from doing so, as juvenile as this may sound.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
So whilst I know the movies extremely well, I am by no means an expert or a purist when it comes to Tolkien's lore. As far as I'm concerned, and this goes for any adaptation of anything, deviations from the source material are perfectly fine, provided they are done specifically and deliberately to enhance the story being told in a way that makes sense, or to simplify it due to the various limitations posed by translating the work from page to screen. The reason I wanted to make this clear before starting the analysis is because I am not going to be making an adaptation argument. I am not interested in how accurately or inaccurately Rings of Power adapts Tolkien's source material. What I am interested in is how Rings of Power succeeds or fails to tell its own story, and how it does or does not follow the rules that it lays out for itself. So, with that out of the way, let's get started by looking at the episode chronologically. So in the opening scene, this run-of-the-mill schoolyard bullying feels out of place for elves, who are supposed to be the oldest, wisest, and fairest of all races. One would assume that the wisest of all races would be somewhat unlikely to produce children who bully each other in this manner. These kids knew that Galadriel was making an origami boat.
Well, is it finished yet?
and then they proceed to destroy it when she shows them, which suggests a degree of sadism. I'm not even being hyperbolic here, and I wouldn't consider this kind of thing to be out of place in a 1990s playground, but in Middle-earth, with elves, the oldest, wisest, and fairest of all races, it is definitely jarring. Galadriel then attacks the child who broke her origami boat, overpowers him, and prepares to punch him in the face before she is interrupted. This indicates that she is both capable of violence, emotionally fragile, and unable to negotiate her way out of disagreements, which may have avoided this exact scenario. Galadriel's brother Finrod then compliments her on her origami ship, which suggests that he was present the entire time and yet did not intervene earlier. This, once again, seems out of place for an elf. He then goes on to make a clunky metaphor
Yulia
about
underscore
rocks
Sura.
looking
One would
down
also
and
assume that the
boats
fairest of
looking
all races
up,
might be a
which
bit
I
better looking than
think
the
is
actors they
supposed-
got in the series. Hugo Weaving, even older, is much better looking than the actor playing his younger counterpart.
Ouch. Somebody donated 25 more dollary dues, so I need to edit that real quick. There it is. No, not that one. Fuck off. I'm almost up to 200. There we go. Thank you, Billy. Let me see here. I need to respond to this dude. Whoopsies.
Supposed to teach Galadriel to be good, in a generic sense. She asks,
How am I to know which lights to follow?
and he whispers a reply in her ear. We don't know what he says until later, so for now I will move on. Finrod then says,
But you must learn to discern them for yourself. I won't always be here to speak them to you.
I can only assume that he either knew he was going to be killed in the next scene, or that he had forgotten that, as elves, both he and his sister are immortal and thus do not age and cannot die from natural causes.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
So as I go through the series, I thought it might be a good idea to note the key character traits, both positive and negative, of each main character. This will help make any discrepancies more apparent and will help keep track of what we have learned from each character in each scene. So here we have learned that Galadriel is not interested in socializing with others, extremely talented at origami, is unable to negotiate her way out of disagreements, and is violent and impulsive. So now we get a history lesson which will serve to set up the state of Middle-earth that the series will take place in. Morgoth, described here only as the Great Foe, destroyed the light of their home, referring to the elves. The elves then fought back and traveled from Valinor to Middle-earth. Pay attention here to the distance from Valinor to Middle-earth. I am highlighting this for no particular reason. Anyway, the war between the elves and Morgoth lasted for centuries before he is eventually defeated. However, some of you may recall a character from the movies. Morgoth's most devoted servant, the cruel and cunning sorcerer Sauron. Galadriel's brother Finrod vowed to seek and destroy Sauron, but instead Sauron seeked and destroyed Finrod first. Sauron drew an E on him, and none of the elves understood the purpose of this. Galadriel then decided that she would succeed where her brother had failed, and she would now seek and destroy Sauron. Galadriel was unable to locate Sauron for centuries. The closing line of this narration is, "For many elves, the pain of those days passed out of thought and mind. More and more of our kind began to believe that Sauron was but a memory, and the threat at last was ended. I wish I could be one of them." So that was a big chunk of exposition which needs more than a little criticism. This narration is the setup for the world of the show. To help me dissect this, I'm going to compare the prologue in Rings of Power to the prologue in
Yulia
one of my
underscore Sura.
favorite
I can't
movies,
argue with the idea that
Fellowship
young
of the
Galadriel
Ring.
was impulsive.
Now I'm gonna
It
try
took a
to
nearly
avoid
doomed forced
direct
march across the
comparison
frozen
between
north,
Rings of
a march that killed half her followers, before she learned to temper herself with wisdom. But this chick is just a spoiled little brat.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Power and the Lord of the Rings trilogy, because regardless of how good or bad Rings of Power is, the Lord of the Rings trilogy is beloved. It has stood the test of time, and as I said earlier, it is among the best cinematic work ever made, so however you slice it, Rings of Power is at a severe disadvantage. Anyway, in Rings of Power, we learn nothing of Morgoth's motivation, only that he is the Great Foe. Conversely, in Fellowship, we explicitly learn that Sauron is deceitful, cruel, malicious, and wants to dominate all life. We also implicitly learn that Sauron is patient, as his plan to trick everyone with rings is something of a long con. An added bonus here is that we actually see Sauron battling the elves and men and can get an idea of his power level. We don't ever see Morgoth in battle. In fact, we don't ever see Morgoth at all. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Anyway, in Rings of Power, we learn that Morgoth destroyed, quote, the light of our home, which could either mean he literally destroyed Valinor, which can't be the case as we find out later, or it could mean he destroyed their magical glowing trees. What these are beyond a metaphor for goodness is never explained. Morgoth's vague destruction of the light of our home is the motivation for the entire conflict between the elves and Morgoth. We learn that the elves and the orcs battled for centuries before the elves won and Morgoth was defeated. Off-screen. In Fellowship, we learn that the Great Rings were forged and distributed amongst the elves, dwarves, and men, and we are told some baseline information about each of those races. We learn why these rings were forged. We learn that in secret, Sauron forged a master ring inside Mount Doom with the intention of controlling the other
Chips
rings.
dinner time.
We learn that this caused a last alliance of elves and men to fight back against Sauron. The phrase last alliance implying something of the subsequent relationship between the elves and the men. In Rings of Power, we learn that Finrod tried and failed to defeat Sauron, but we have no indication as to how long this took, how this happened, why this happened, or why or how his body was recoverable.
Well, we ain't getting any deader.
Something like this would usually be a bit of a nitpick, but in this case it is so crucial to the plot that Galadriel finds the magical E carved into Finrod's skin, so yeah, this was definitely consequential, and they skipped over it. In Fellowship, we have the entire character arc of Isildur, which I am not even going to start talking about because it would make this video twice as long as it's already going to be. In Rings of Power, we learn that Galadriel was unable to even locate Sauron after centuries, which would suggest that either she is terrible at tracking him compared to her brother, or that Sauron is suddenly fantastic at hiding. And finally, we learn that a significant number of elves have forgotten that Sauron exists, and that therefore he was not a threat anymore. But not Galadriel. She has a job to do. So I think it's fair to say that we learn a huge amount more from the prologue of Fellowship than we do from the prologue of Rings of Power. Efficient storytelling isn't everything, but what we did learn from Rings of Power consisted mostly of contrivances and areas of unjustified vagueness, likely nothing to do with the extremely restrictive limitations of purchasing the adaptation rights to the appendices of Return of the King and not the rights to any of Tolkien's other works. So, continuing, Galadriel and her team climbing a giant ice wall. Firstly, I don't believe that this was the only way up here. Secondly, if this is indeed the only way up here, why is Galadriel not using any kind of climbing equipment? The other elves have climbing gear.
Bruh.
She has a knife. And spiky shoes.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
When they reach the top, Galadriel dramatically redraws her knife and points it at the map to remind herself and the audience of where she is going. Okay then. She is then interrupted by one of her companions who tells her that although they have followed her to the edge of the world, he doubts they will be able to find
My
Sauron.
guy looks
He says
old.
that no one has seen an orc in years and that the other elven commanders believe Sauron is no more. He suggests that they camp here and travel home in the morning. I should remind you that here is supposedly the peak of a mountain during what appears to be a blizzard, and yet this guy isn't even raising his voice, almost like they are on a soundstage. Anyway, his suggestion of traveling home in the morning at this point is pretty absurd. The show seems to suggest that he and the other elves were getting pretty sick and tired of following Galadriel on her wild Sauron chase, and this icy death wall in a blizzard was the final straw. So rather than have this conversation before climbing the giant icy death wall, they decided to climb up, and then plan to simply do it again, but backwards in the morning.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, Galadriel doesn't care about any of what this guy is saying because she is the main character. Okay. I'll be a bit more charitable. She doesn't care about any of what this guy is saying because she is a cunt. Really motivated to the point of obsession, disregard for her own life and the lives of her companions, and extremely talented at climbing. In the next scene, the blizzard continues. Galadriel shows a degree of compassion for one of her companions who had just fallen over, which is odd given that moments ago she seemed not to care that they were all risking their lives every minute of every day by staying with her.
You really should have thought of that before you became peasants.
One of the other elves says that they are clearly in the wrong place, as the location they seek does not appear to be here. Then Galadriel observes that they are clearly in the right place, as the location they seek does in fact appear to be here.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
They accidentally lead themselves into the right place. Anyway, venturing inside, Galadriel informs both us as the audience and her elven companions that this spooky castle is where the orcs gathered after Morgoth's defeat. How she knows this, given that
none who ever dared search for this last stronghold has ever found anything,
is not explained, or, possible. Unless an orc told her, I guess. Another elf comments that he has no feeling in his hand, presumably due to frostbite or similar. And Galadriel informs us that the level of evil in this spooky castle is so high that fire doesn't give off heat. She is asked how she knows this, and she responds that
it's colder than the rest.
So in Middle-earth, they've established that there is a correlation between temperature and level of evil, I guess. So, given that they have just been traveling for an undetermined amount of time, have climbed a giant icy death wall and hiked through a blizzard, these elves must be exhausted. Galadriel's intention, if she is correct after having gauged the evil meter by measuring how cold the spooky castle is to locate Sauron within the castle and defeat him. This is the best case scenario for her. This is the potential culmination of her vow, which, need I remind you, has taken her centuries. And she is here with 8 exhausted elves. Sound like a bad idea? Anyway, Galadriel then punches through some ice with ease. My god, is there anything this gal can't do?
Let me guess, you have a great personality.
Then they discover a spooky elf corpse glued to a wall. Nothing really to say about this, so anyway, Galadriel then finds another E. She then tells her boys to rest because Lord knows they need it. Good thing Sauron wasn't just kind of chilling in here waiting. Galadriel then explains that the E was left as a mark for orcs to follow.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
So this makes no sense in just about every way. Galadriel has encountered 2 of these marks, one
There we
on
go.
her brother's corpse and one here on this table. Therefore,
Now
she
I can
concludes,
move my mouse
they are
around
magic
properly.
signposts for the orcs to follow.
What does that have to do with me?
No. He's got a point.
Therefore, she must also follow them in order to locate Sauron. Is this some map to Luke Skywalker bullshit again? Anyway, even if these marks are in fact signs for orcs to follow, it is absurd that Galadriel can possibly know this. She has literally 0 information to base this on. Okay, so we learned that Galadriel is extremely physically strong, has godlike powers of deduction. So it's been about 15 minutes and we are about a quarter of the way through the episode, and that means it's right about time for an action scene. There is a... and it proceeds to annihilate the elves. I don't really know the relative power levels of the elves in Rings of Power yet because the show hasn't told me.
Don't know, don't care. How's that?
But let's just say if Legolas had been hit by the cave troll in Fellowship to anything like this degree, it would have killed him. So anyway, Galadriel just kind of sits back and watches her entire party get thrown around and crushed by this troll before her buddy uses his sword to catapult her at the troll, because she alone can defeat it, because she is the best, you see. Teamwork is not required when you have a Mary Sue. Oh wait, I can't call them that anymore, can I? Teamwork is not required when you have a flawless, emotionless, invincible audience surrogate character with boobs. I'm not going to waste time on the specifics of the fight scene. There are other people who can do that far better than I can, so I will stick entirely to what this scene tells us. Galadriel is able to defeat this snow troll without breaking a sweat. She defeats it literally in 10 seconds. Now to draw another convenient comparison from Fellowship, we see the entire Fellowship struggle immensely to defeat the cave troll in Moria. I guess if Galadriel had been the 10th member of the Fellowship, then when the troll busts down the door in Balin's tomb, she would have cut off its head in 10 seconds flat. And then, presumably, have done the same thing with the Balrog. We then see that all 8 of Galadriel's companions did in fact survive this encounter with the troll, which I guess means that this is just a flesh wound according to an elf. Good to know. Anyway, turns out this troll encounter was the final straw for her party, all of whom decide finally to abandon her to her quest alone. This doesn't seem to faze Galadriel whatsoever, and understandably so, as not one of her party have actually contributed anything to her quest from what we have seen. Quite literally, every single thing we have seen in the last 10 minutes or so that progressed her quest was accomplished entirely and exclusively by Galadriel herself. Totally not a Mary Sue, extremely skilled at using a sword, can 1v1 a troll. We now journey to Rovanion, the Wilderlands east of the Anduin, and we see 2 odd-looking fellows complaining about wolves. Then they discuss how dangerous halflets are. As we will find out, halflets are essentially proto-hobbits. If we do the smallest amount of external reading, which I'm not intending to do at any other point in this review, we will see that halflets are one of 3 species of hobbits. They will never be referred to as hobbits, however, which no doubt would have been far better for marketing purposes, leading me to believe that there may be other legal reasons for never using the word hobbit. So these halflets seem to be nomadic travelers who are essentially hobbits in every other way. We are also introduced to Nori, and we learn that she is brave, curious, she doesn't follow the rules, and she is rather clumsy. Okay, so Nori is brave, doesn't follow the rules, curious, can be clumsy. We now leave Nori and the Harfoots and we meet Elrond. We see him writing what is either a poem or a story before he is interrupted, and he suggests that he didn't want to be found. The messenger tells him that he can't come to the next council meeting due to his not being an elf lord. He doesn't respond to this, and this has no bearing on anything else in either this scene nor this episode, so I can only assume that the writers decided that mentioning a council in the scene introducing Elrond was an easy way to remind the audience of who he is. Elrond then meets with Galadriel, who has now returned from the mountain castle, and the two appear to be very good friends. Elrond talks to Galadriel about how crossing over to Valinor feels like being immersed in a light more intoxicating than any sensation in all of Middle-earth.
It's as satisfying to me as coming is.
Galadriel responds by saying that when she was a child, that was the only feeling she knew.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
In the first scene with Galadriel, we see her get bullied and get into a physical altercation due to her being unable to control her emotions. I guess she was feeling like being immersed in an intoxicating light when she was right about to turn this kid's face into lasagna.
I'm like getting the feeling of coming.
Either that or she's lying to her good friend Elrond. Or alternatively, the writers are just trying desperately to hammer home how much Galadriel misses the light of the Valinor to justify her obsessive hunt for Sauron, which, whilst maybe in and of itself true in terms of motivating her, what she just said was simply false. So Elrond, we learn, is creative, likes time to himself, seems to be light-hearted and relaxed, seemingly very open and friendly with Galadriel. And Galadriel is commander of the Northern armies, warrior of the Wastelands. Galadriel then explains to Elrond her findings in the spooky castle. She says that the magic E proves that Sauron escaped. I would have assumed that she already knew that Sauron escaped, given that no corpse has turned up in the last few hundred years, and given that she has actively been hunting him for centuries, which presumably required there to be other clues and leads as to his potential whereabouts. I assume that she wasn't just walking around aimlessly for centuries. Anyway, the presence of the magic E does not prove that Sauron escaped. If we assume that the magic E can only be or is only used by Sauron, then it proves that at some point he was in the spooky castle, which Galadriel already knew.
Why me? Why me?
Oh well. She then demands that Elrond take him to the High King so that she can get more elven soldiers to hunt Sauron with her, even though the last 8 served literally no purpose.
I'm not some courtier to be placated by idle flattery. I demand to speak with the king directly. Are you going to arrange an audience or not?
Rude. Back to the Harfoots. We learn in this scene that Nori is brave, courageous, and doesn't follow the rules. Again. So this scene should have been cut, I guess. So Nori doesn't follow the rules. She's clumsy, curious, and brave. Back to Lindon now, where High King Gil-galad is honoring Galadriel and her companions for returning from their quest. He explains that their return indicates that their days of war are over, which I assume means he has decided to forget that Sauron ever existed. As we will find out later, though, this is not the case. Anyway, Galadriel momentarily considers defying the High King.
Why is everything so fucking bright?
Ultimately decides to accept his ceremonial crown. Gil-galad says that Galadriel and her companions are to be rewarded by returning to the Undying Lands of Valinor.
Is it just me, or is everything super washed out in that show?
Though their magic tree is dead, which probably should have been explained a little better. Or is it now alive because Morgoth is dead and that undoes whatever evil stuff he did? As we will soon find out, we won't find out.
Don't know, don't care. How's that?
Anyway, Galadriel tells Elrond in private she is going to refuse this reward and will pursue Sauron alone. Elrond reveals that he showed the magic E to the High King, and that they determined that seeing this sigil does not mean that she is actually any closer to finding Sauron.
Very good, Kronk.
So we have to wonder, why is Galadriel so utterly convinced that evil is still out there?
The evil is gone.
Then why is it not gone from in here?
So if I understand this correctly, her reasoning is that she just kind of feels like it's still there.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Okay, Elrond's response is that he understands her being conflicted, which is an odd thing to say because she has demonstrated that she is very much not conflicted. And Galadriel's response to this is to demean and insult Elrond.
I am grateful you have not known evil as I have, but you have not seen what I've seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not seen. Evil does not sleep, Elrond. It waits, and in the moment of our complacency, it blinds us.
Because, yeah, you know your place, little elf boy. I'm the commander of the Northern Army, and I've been hunting Sauron for like half a millennia, and I found my magic E, and also I kill trolls with my eyes closed, so what do you know? And even though what she is saying is utterly unfounded, it will of course turn out that she is absolutely correct, because even though at this point I have no idea which direction the show will go, we know that Sauron returns. So she is right because the script says she's right, I guess. Elrond then convinces Galadriel for now that it would be a bad idea to lead more elves to die in search of Sauron. So I understand what the writers are doing here, but firstly, from what we have seen, elves are basically impervious to troll attacks, so it must be pretty damn hard to kill them. And secondly, I don't entirely believe that Galadriel cares how many elf corpses she leaves in her wake, because she is hunting what essentially amounts to Satan, and she has shown little regard for their safety previously. Then Galadriel says this.
And in the west, you think my fate would be better, where song would mock the cries of battle in my ears. You say I have won victory over all the horrors of Middle-earth, yet you would leave them alive in me, to take with me.
So, again, it's a little hard to tell because this woman lacks the chromosome required for acting, but I think what she is saying is that she's been so traumatized by what she has seen since arriving at Middle-earth that returning to Valinor to live forever in elf heaven would not heal her, even though, as far as I can tell, all of the other elves in the show have already forgotten the evil of Morgoth and Sauron, even though in The Lord of the Rings, Frodo travels to Valinor because of the extreme things he endured both physically, psychologically, and spiritually throughout the trilogy. But I guess whatever Galadriel experienced off-screen was worse than that by a large margin.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Okay. Anyway, to further convince her to go to Valinor, Elrond says that if there is even a hint of Sauron in the future, he will not rest until it is put right. He asks her to put up her sword as she has fought for long enough. Her response is,
Without it, what am I to be?
Without my rifle, I am useless.
She's correct here. Her sword does have more of a personality than she does. So Galadriel seems willing to bow to authority if needed, is apparently severely traumatized, and considers fighting to be her only purpose in life. We then travel to the Southlands, the lands of men, and are introduced to our first human characters. We see mysterious cloaked figures entering the village. One of them walks past two guys playing what appears to be a variation of chess. He barely glances at the game and then tells the guy he can win in 3 turns. Whoever this guy is, he's displaying unfathomable levels of Rain Man.
Do you know what autistic is? Yeah. You know that word? Yeah.
He enters the pub and receives a distinctly cold welcome. Everyone seems to be very cautious of him. And we learn that he is Arondir, an elven soldier as part of a force occupying the human settlement. The barman informs Arondir that a farmer passed through a few days prior reporting potentially poisoned crops, and that he is now only able to grow weeds as a result.
Oh, right. The poison for Cusco.
As Arondir asks for further information, a local yells at him, telling him to
let it go, 9 beers.
This is a curious insult, as the elves in Middle-earth do not have knife ears, so whilst this may make sense in something like the Elder Scrolls, Warcraft, or Dragon Age, this slur is not accurate to the world in which it has been shoehorned. The local complains that Arondir is lumping them in with another group of humans that died off 1,000 years ago. He then continues with,
when are you people gonna let the past go?
So this is something of a contemporary line of dialogue which references 20th century race relations in America and is made even more blunt due to the fact that the character of Arondir is portrayed by a black actor. This is of course entirely appropriate for an adaptation of a book written by an Englishman with quintessentially English themes and influences. I guess that's what happens when Americans adapt something. We then follow Arondir outside and we meet Bronwyn. Bronwyn is a human girl who appears to be...
Hey, don't blame all of us.
And we learn that she and Arondir are in some kind of relationship and that they are trying to conceal this relationship from the other people in the village. Arondir then returns to his outpost and learns that it is being disbanded on order from High King Gil-galad. Another elf feels the need to make sure that the audience understands that this means that Arondir and Bronwyn will be separated, and says,
we're leaving.
Because when the show is rated for ages 13 and up, I guess that means it's literally written for 13-year-olds. Anyway, we learn that Arondir has been stationed at this outpost for 79 years. We have no idea how old he is because elves don't age visibly, but we can assume he's at least 100, but likely far, far older. Why do I bring this up? Well, if he's been visiting the village for 79 years, then he has known Bronwyn, or at least known of her for her entire life, which means he waited for her to be of age and then decided it was time for some forbidden romance. This isn't necessarily a problem, but I could understand someone finding it rather creepy. Anyway, before he has to
bud.
leave, Arondir
Hey,
visits
Mom,
Bronwyn and
dinner.
disobeys his superior
Hey,
in the
Mom,
process.
dinner.
He confesses his love for her before they are interrupted by a farmer. Holy coincidence, Batman. A farmer suffering from the same problems as the person that Arondir was trying to acquire information on earlier.
I love when he
or it may
digs
even
into
be
his
the same farmer,
beanbag.
we simply don't know, has just shown up at Bronwyn's house at exactly the same time as him. I can only assume that this will be plot critical, because otherwise why else would the writers display their incompetence so brazenly? Arondir and Bronwyn discover then that the farmer's cow has black goo. No, not that black goo. And they rush off to Horden, which is the place where the farmer thinks the cow may have went, possibly. The farmer doesn't actually know, because if he found the cow in Horden, then he would have said, I found the cow in Horden, but instead he says,
she might have made it as far as Horden.
This means he has no idea, but I guess Horden it is, so off they go. And yes, you heard me, I said they. Bronwyn joins Arondir on his epic quest of epicness, even though it means abandoning her child. I guess we now know where her priorities are. So Arondir has godlike cognitive ability. He is not quick to anger. He is physically capable. He avoids violence where possible. He is soft-spoken. He was previously a grower, which I assume is a farmer. He prioritizes love over duty. And Bronwyn prioritizes her elf BF over
Yulia _ Sura, your little hat is so cute on your tiny head.
child. We then get a strange scene with Bronwyn's son and the racist guy from the pub. Bronwyn's son appears to have brought the racist guy to a barn in the town to show him what appears to be an evil sword. The evil sword has the magic E on it, which, if I understand correctly, means that orcs will be using this sword as a signpost.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
It also means that Sauron has been here.
What does that have to do with anything?
No. He's got a point.
And it also means that Sauron is definitely still alive.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Anyway, nothing else really happens here besides revealing that the whole town knows about Bronwyn and Arondir, so for now this scene just appears to be set up for something to come later. In the next scene, Gil-galad tells Elrond that he had foreseen that if he had let Galadriel continue hunting Sauron, she might have inadvertently kept Sauron alive. My first observation is that foresight doesn't seem to be very useful if the best
Yulia
it can
_
do
Sura,
is might have.
get your kitty, and your puppy.
And my second observation is that this means Gil-galad knew that Sauron was still out there. Galadriel can't
knew I'd need to
accidentally
grind
keep
levels.
alive the very evil she sought to defeat if that evil is already defeated, which Gil-galad claimed was the case either through ignorance, a bad memory, or deliberate manipulation. So what this means is that Gil-galad explicitly knows that Sauron is still alive. Elrond doesn't seem very surprised either at this revelation. The show doesn't give us too much time to ponder that, as Gil-galad tells Elrond that he is going to be working with Celebrimbor, a legendary elven smith who has a super important project he is working on. Back to the Harfoots, we learn in this scene that Nori is brave, curious, and doesn't follow the rules, again. So this scene also could have been cut, I guess. Nori is brave, clumsy, doesn't follow the rules, and is curious and brave. Anyway, we then continue with Arondir and Bronwyn's journey to Horden. We learn that Bronwyn is very familiar with Horden and the people who live there, as she was born there herself. They then suddenly notice a giant plume of smoke rising over the hill. Why didn't they see this until just this very second? Well, you see, if it was off camera and out of shot, this means it didn't exist until we as the audience could see it. So, as the music climaxes and the two lovers rush up the hill to tragically reveal Horden has been burned to the ground, Bronwyn's reaction to her childhood home being razed and its people presumably killed or abducted.
Horden.
Yeah, that's it. Moving on. Cut to the plastic elves on their green screen boat. Turns out Galadriel was convinced by Elrond to sail to Valinor. Her and her companions are ceremonially stripped of their armor, and after some resistance, Galadriel gives up her dagger too.
With that, my rifle,
The other elves all begin singing what is presumed to be part of this ceremonial return to Valinor, and Galadriel is notably the only one not singing. Something is clearly on her mind. Whatever will she do? Galadriel recalls what her brother Finrod had said to her centuries ago when she was a child about knowing which light to follow. His reply to her was that sometimes we cannot know until we have touched the darkness. So because Galadriel has now metaphorically touched the darkness, off-screen, maybe, at some point, probably, she now knows what to do. She grabs her dagger and launches herself off the boat and into the ocean.
For fuck's sake.
I was willing to give a lot of this episode a pass, but this is full-on retarded. Look at this goddamn map from the beginning of this goddamn show. She is in the middle of the goddamn ocean. She is hundreds of miles from shore. She has no food. She has no water. She is wearing a long flowing robe, which is one of the worst things you could possibly be wearing when swimming. Galadriel has just committed suicide. She is going to fucking drown. So while all this was going on, there was a fiery comet that flew across Middle-earth, and where could it possibly land? Could it be next to one of our established characters? Why, yes, it certainly could. Nori, who, if you recall, is brave, curious, and doesn't follow the rules, approaches the impact site and sees what appears to be a man lying motionless on the ground. That's our hook for the next episode then, ladies and gentlemen. So, that was what actually happened in the show, and I'm now going to look back at each scene and try and determine what the writers wanted or needed to accomplish with each scene, and see how they did. So scene 1 is Galadriel's boat. This scene needed to establish that Galadriel's childhood was a magical and enchanting time of her life that took place in the perfect and heavenly place that is Valinor. That Galadriel is a bit of a loner and not like the other kids, but one who is willing and able to physically handle herself.
She's not like the other girls, you guys.
She has a loving relationship with her brother Finrod, and set up the metaphor involving rocks, ships, and lights. I believe that the writers intended to contrast her childhood with later scenes where she compares the various evils she has experienced in Middle-earth off-screen to her perfect childhood. This fails on account of showing that she was clearly not particularly happy as a child, and she is depicted as a victimized outcast waiting for her chance to shine. She seemingly can't wait to grow up. The writers succeeded in displaying Galadriel's willingness and ability to fight by showing her attacking and overpowering another child. But as I have already explained, this is slightly jarring considering that these are supposed to be elven children. And finally, the metaphor involving rocks going down and ships going up doesn't really make any sense, as I have explained previously. The scene ends with Finrod telling Galadriel to come along.
So, Han, is it even worse than you imagined?
Which is good, as it indicates that Finrod actually had a reason to be in this scene rather than just randomly hanging around until it's time for him to say his lines. I will skip over the prologue as I already spent a fair amount of time detailing the issues with it, and the purpose of the prologue is to literally spoon-feed necessary information directly to the audience.
Get better.
There isn't really much I can draw on in terms of what the writers succeeded or failed at, as all they needed to do was tell us what they wanted to tell us, which they did. So scene 3 is Galadriel on the mountain and then in the stronghold. This scene needed to establish that Galadriel and her 8 companions are going to extreme lengths to locate and defeat Sauron, as they have been doing for centuries. It needed to establish that her companions doubt that Sauron even exists, and that they are gradually less and less willing to continue on their dangerous quest. It needed to establish that Galadriel is utterly single-minded in her obsessive desire to defeat Sauron, as well as being extremely strong, extremely smart, and extremely resourceful. It needed to set up that the orcs and Sauron had been engaged in some kind of dark sorcery that the elves cannot identify. And finally, Galadriel needed to find the mark of Sauron inside the castle so as to give her a lead on further pursuing Sauron. So this scene is an absolute goddamn mess when it comes to cause and effect. Her companions are willing to engage in an absurd death-defying climb up a sheer cliff during a blizzard, all while they appear to be on the verge of telling her that enough is enough, it's time to go home.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
What happened before the scene started? Presumably they had a similar argument where they said, should we really be climbing that? Our enemy is no more, let's go home. And Galadriel would then reply, no, we must continue. And then they just kind of do. Or are we expected to believe that they were totally on board with her, but that mountain made them change their minds entirely? Either way, eventually the other elves do abandon her after the fight with the Snow Troll. I think what the writers were trying to communicate here was that the Snow Troll was the straw that broke the camel's back, and that they were unwilling to further put their lives at risk in service of Galadriel's quest. The problem here is that Galadriel watched them get beaten up by the
Yulia
troll,
_Sura. They could have done so much better had they just shown Morgoth and Ungoliant draining the light of the trees, and her people following them over the frozen wastes of the north.
Yes,
she was just as determined in the books, but less stupid. Oh, wait, they couldn't. They don't own the Silmarillion rights.
Urgency in saving them from the troll. However, I don't believe that the writer's intent was to display Galadriel's lack of concern for the lives of her companions. The scene does succeed in showing that Galadriel is extremely strong, extremely smart, and extremely resourceful, as she accomplishes literally everything entirely on her own. But this absurd lack of any character flaws beyond an obsessive compulsion to do the right thing makes this character more than a bit of a joke.
Let me guess, you have a great personality.
And finally, the logical gaps that Galadriel makes regarding the Mark of Sauron are
that movie is so good.
She draws on information she can't possibly know and bases her claims on absolutely nothing. The writers wanted her to be the one person piecing everything together, but this is a terrible way to do this because it does not make sense. Scene 4 introduces us to the Harfoots. This scene needed to establish that Harfoots are a resourceful, superstitious, and simple race that hide from the other peoples of Middle-earth and keep their noses out of other people's business. And it also needed to establish that Nori is brave, curious, caring, that. This scene is pretty easy to digest because it simply shows us that the Harfoots are resourceful in hiding from the travelers, and the dialogue tells us that they are superstitious. We are also told explicitly, and not for the last time, that Nori is curious, caring, clumsy, doesn't follow the rules. Not much else to say here, as this is entirely set up and doesn't interact with anything else. Yet. Scene 5 is Elrond and Galadriel. This scene needed to establish that Elrond is also a bit of a loner, and that he is very good friends with Galadriel, that Galadriel considers her childhood to have been an ecstasy of perfection, that she is desperate to get back out there and find Sauron, and that Galadriel's actions previously on the mountain were in defiance of the High King. I think Elrond comes off pretty well in this scene in terms of his character traits and motivations. He is shown to care deeply for Galadriel, he is very respectful of her, and he is interested in her as a person as well as her accomplishments. If this were the only information conveyed in this scene, then I would believe that Elrond and Galadriel are good friends. Unfortunately, friendships require two people, and Galadriel, on the other hand, does not seem to feel the same way. She is initially respectful. Then she talks about herself.
When I was a child, it was the only feeling I knew.
She seems very pretentious and self-obsessed.
I half expected you to arrive caked in grime.
This time frostbite and troll blood.
She has no interest in spending any time with her supposed very good friend.
Must you speak of leaving again so soon?
You know very well where I must.
She is rude, she is blunt, she makes demands of Elrond.
I demand to speak with the king directly.
And talks down to him repeatedly.
I am going to arrange an audience.
It doesn't always have to be about you.
All of this makes me wonder what on earth Elrond, or anyone else for that matter, sees in her. There is nothing to like. There is no reason I can think of why this woman would have any friends at all, let alone any very good friends. Overall, this scene shows Galadriel to be unconcerned with anything and anyone that is not her and her quest, and shows Elrond to be overly caring and courteous, even when faced with people like Galadriel, who he claims to call friend. The writers don't seem to have realized that by writing Galadriel in this way, with one single character trait and an obsessive laser focus on one single thing, they are making it impossible to build any other characters off her. You may tell me that Elrond and Galadriel are very good friends, but I simply do not believe you. Scene 6 is further exploration of Nori. This scene establishes that Nori is fucking again! We also learn that her father seems to be unconcerned with her daughter's behavior, whilst her mother is worried and wants to steer Nori away from any concerns beyond the Harfoots' immediate interests. This scene doesn't need to establish any of this, because all of this information was already communicated in the previous Harfoot scene, either through explicit dialogue or through visual presentation. This scene does not advance the plot or characters in any way, so I have absolutely no idea why it wasn't cut. Scene 7 is the ceremony. This scene needed to establish that Galadriel is momentarily willing to kneel before the High King and put her ego aside, recognizing his authority. It needed to establish that Galadriel is to be sent back to Valinor, meaning that she can no longer pursue Sauron.
You're being let go, your department's being downsized, you're part of an outplacement, we're going in a different direction.
And that she is unhappy with this. It needed to establish that her intention is to refuse the High King's will, and that Elrond considers this to be a mistake. It needed to establish that Galadriel has an intense level of PTSD, which acts as a further motivation for her. What this scene accomplishes is informing us that Galadriel is so committed to doing the right thing that she will refuse both an order from the High King and the greatest honor that elves can possibly receive. She is such a good person, guys. She is such a good person. So noble. And yet, so rude.
I am grateful you have not known evil as I have, but you have not seen what I've seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not.
I already dissected much of the dialogue here, so I won't repeat myself. I will say, though, that as with the previous Elrond and Galadriel scene, their friendship continues to be very much one-sided. Scene 8 is the introduction of Arondir. This scene needed to establish that Arondir is a calm, measured, and soft-spoken elven soldier. It needed to establish that there has been some kind of poisoning. It needed to establish that there are racial tensions between elves and men. It needed to establish that Arondir is in a forbidden, potentially doomed relationship with Bronwyn, a human woman who serves as a medic. It also needed to establish that the elves are being sent away from the village, thus causing conflict for Arondir. So the introduction of Arondir is at the very least mildly interesting. The first thing we see him do is show off his supreme intellect before discussing a potential poisoning with the barman. This shows him to be very confident, a bit of a dick, but very dedicated when it comes to doing his job. The setup of his relationship with Bronwyn is not handled particularly well, as he doesn't seem too concerned with hiding it, despite being very aware that there is a significant likelihood that he, she, or both of them will be killed if they are discovered.
Only twice in known history has a pairing between elves and humans even been attempted. It ended in death.
You need not remind me.
This, I think, is supposed to convey how intensely Arondir feels for Bronwyn, but instead he is directly putting her life at risk by having anything to do with her, which you could definitely describe as selfish and short-sighted. I won't say too much on the racial tension front, but we have 3 separate indicators that this is present. Firstly, we have the drunken local reeing about you people, which firstly is not how racists behave, secondly is not appropriate dialogue for a fantasy show set in Middle-earth, and thirdly is about as blunt of a means of communicating racial tensions as you could possibly come up with. This scene does accomplish more than simply informing us of the racial tensions, however, as we do learn a good amount about Arondir's character. The second is an entire 90-second conversation between Arondir and the Watchwarden, in which the Watchwarden tells Arondir that as far as he is concerned, humans are evil subhumans, or sub-elves I guess would be the term. Contrary to the first scene, this scene exists solely to tell us that there are racial tensions between elves and men. This scene does not need to exist, as it only reinforces what we already know to be the case. And the third instance of racism is when Bronwyn's son rudely refers to Arondir as one of them. So the writers apparently considered it of critical importance that racial tensions play a key part in their story, so much so that they dedicated 2 scenes, one in its entirety, plus an additional line of dialogue, into hammering home that elves and men don't like each other. Put simply, they are wasting your time by making sure you understand that there are racial tensions between elves and men. Scene 9 is the black goo in the cow. This scene needed to establish that Arondir is willing to defy authority in the name of love, and it needed to send Arondir and Bronwyn off on their quest. This scene is exceptionally clunky. That Arondir just so happened to visit Bronwyn at the same exact time as the farmer is contrived as hell, and this directly leads to them discovering what happened at Horden. Also, the writers decided to have Bronwyn just leave her son in order to go to Horden with Arondir, without so much as a goodbye, which I don't think conveys what the writers thought it conveyed. So all in, this scene is an example of the plot driving the characters rather than the characters driving the plot. I will skip the scene in the barn with the evil sword because this is entirely set up and we learn nothing additional during this scene. Scene 11 is Elrond and Gil-galad. This scene needed to explain why Gil-galad sent Galadriel away to Valinor, that he in fact believes Galadriel to be correct in her belief that Sauron still exists, and that Elrond doesn't particularly care about this revelation. It also sets up Elrond working with Celebrimbor, which will presumably be expanded on later. So this scene is quite the revelation. It reveals that, in fact, Galadriel was right all along. Who saw that coming? Even though she had no reason to be. We also learn that Gil-galad would rather send Galadriel away than have her hunt Sauron, whom he believes to still exist. Whether this makes sense yet kinda depends on what happens with Celebrimbor, but based on the information we have now, it appears that Gil-galad would rather leave Sauron to do whatever he wants, instead of sending anyone to defeat him. Most critically though, when Elrond is informed of all of this, his reaction isn't, "Oh snap, my best friend was actually right and I convinced her to leave. I've betrayed her. I am such a moron. Why didn't I believe her? Also, you just lied to me." His reaction instead is one of mild concern.
You believe it does exist. Set your mind at peace about it.
This is more than a little bit jarring considering he has just learned that the High King, through his gift of foresight, is aware that Sauron still exists. Oh well. Scene 11. This scene needed to establish that something is up with the sky, but more importantly, it needed to establish that Nori is curious and brave and doesn't follow the fucking rules! This is the second scene that's entirely pointless. We have already seen that the Harfoots are superstitious. We have already been told numerous times what Nori's character traits are. The only piece of information we get here is that Sadok, the Harfoot elder, believes that the skies are strange. And this information couldn't have possibly been conveyed earlier. Scene 12 is the discovery of Horden. This scene needed to establish that Bronwyn was born in Horden, and that she has close friends and kin in the village whom she considers to be good people whom she knows. And we learn that Horden has been burned to the ground and appears to be deserted. This right here is why you proofread your scripts. The writers tell us explicitly that Bronwyn has every reason to be emotionally invested in the destruction of Horden. Not 10 seconds later, the writers tell us that Bronwyn is not emotionally affected by the destruction of Horden. This is absurd, and this is the kind of nonsense that I imagine people are referring to when they say that this show is bad. There is, however, one additional piece of character information that I found to be noteworthy in this scene, which is that Arondir is willing to risk offending Bronwyn if it means telling the truth. he tells her that the people of Horden were known to be followers of Morgoth. This doesn't mean much now, but it may come into play later. Scene 13 is the crossing to Valinor. This scene needed to show Galadriel as being extremely conflicted on whether or not to go through with her decision to obey the High King and travel to Valinor, and ultimately that she decides that finishing her quest is more important. This scene is very well presented, green screen aside, with some very nice visuals and some fantastic music. However, as I have already explained, when you peel away the veneer of spending millions of dollars on these superficial technicalities, what we are left with is the sheer absurdity of a character throwing themselves off a ship in the middle of the ocean, hundreds of miles from the shore. This tells us that Galadriel is an idiot, pure and simple. I can only assume that she will not suffer the consequences of her actions, however, and she will be perfectly fine in episode 2. So, that was the first episode of Rings of Power. I think doing any kind of conclusion here is a bit pointless because a lot of this episode was set up for later episodes, but I'll summarize my thoughts for now. I'll be totally honest, if you couldn't tell, this show pissed me the hell off. But because apparently you can't simply say that the show is bad and move on without being called a racist, sexist, review-bombing troll by all of the websites, I thought I'd channel my deep feelings of inadequacy and give a proper in-depth analysis. Is the show being review-bombed? Maybe. Are all of the one-star reviews troll reviews? Maybe. Are all of the people who call the show bad doing it because they are secret racists who don't want the brown elf man because they don't like the brown people? Maybe. Or, just throwing this hot take out there, maybe people are calling the show bad because the show is fucking bad. The characters are almost universally garbage. Galadriel is a perfect embodiment of the strong female character meme in that she is strong, female, and a character, and that's it. Nori has 3 character traits that the show feels the need to remind us of in each and every scene she appears in. Elrond was fine, he's a bit of a ray of sunshine in an otherwise monotonous, gloomy cast of characters. Arondir is very one-note, but I guess he has potential, but I don't know enough about him yet to say if I like him or not. And all we know about Bronwyn is that she prioritizes her elf BF over looking after her child, and she doesn't seem to care whatsoever about the death and destruction of her hometown and the people in it. The visuals are hit and miss, with some shots looking fantastic and others looking far worse than anything in the Peter Jackson movies that, I will remind you, are now 20 years old. God damn it, Fellowship came out when I was 9. I feel old. The music is very good. The writing, however, is trash, as I think I've provided ample evidence for. If any conclusion is necessary at this point, it is this. Amazon have spent an absurd and unprecedented amount of money on creating this series. The elements of filmmaking that generally get better the more money and resources you pump into them, such as the visual effects, the set design, and the costumes, are generally speaking good. The elements that do not directly benefit from Scrooge McDuck levels of cash and instead require talented writers, such as the script, was predictably trash. So I guess the lesson here, which apparently still has not been learned, is that no amount of production value can save a script that resembles moldy Swiss cheese. Well, if you made it this far, thank
All right. Yes, a big quest that we will do later. Alright, let me just get somewhere safe, and I can move on to the next game. Which will be, I don't know. Let me just check some things. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The chick
Yulia underscore Sura can only put up with one of those at a time, or were you only ever going to do the first one as a lark?
Oh no, I'm gonna do them all. I'm gonna switch games. But that chick responded to the dude ripping her ass a new one. But here, I'll send it to you. I thought it was worth a laugh. It doesn't really read out loud very well. Let me see here. Number 15. Number 13 has an opinion on your opinion. Your opinion of their opinion of your opinion won't change either of your opinions on each other's opinion. Oh, lordy. Let's see. Computer jobs are not...
Yulia underscore Sura, you dog. I heard you like opinions on your opinions.
Yep. And then this other person is talking about all this other stuff. You might consider positions that let you work with quality-controlled airflow or encourage remote at-home positions, medical coding, call center, data entry, online industry tech support, bookkeeper, record filer. Many websites for people with your condition that specialize in finding jobs be accessible. I don't want to come off as insensitive, but I think there are many options for you. There are many options now that I am almost 40 years old. Have zero training because I was forced out of getting any. College and Voc rehab, 18 to 28. What was I gonna say? Fuck. And those jobs will leave me without medical coverage, which, due to my lungs, especially, I desperately need. Advair, for example, is $600 a month without insurance. I could have given those a try in my 20s. Unfortunately, remote jobs save call centers, which I can't use for a different reason. Hearing issues, using telephones a guaranteed headache, or migraine, I should say. Didn't really exist back then. Back then, it was go to college, get a degree, and go into white collar, which I tried and then got asked to leave after one too many trips to the hospital. Let me think how to word this. I appreciate the help. I honestly do. Because most people nowadays don't bother. But it is what it is. I was born 3 months early in the early 80s and got too much oxygen. The incubator that fucked a major portion of my body up in such a way that I can't do much of anything, really. Fortunate that I have roommates who consider me an honorary brother. In one case, a wife. It's a life. Life I can be proud of achieving. I wish I could do more in this specific instance, but I have to keep in mind all the time that it could be a lot worse. What was that fucking thing? Where'd she say it? There it is. 15. I also appreciate the thought behind weight loss. Confidence. Comments. I don't actually lack for confidence, amazingly enough. I used to, but then I got a life. And then last year, I lost the weight. For all the good that did. I can run. I sure didn't think I could do that. Sure, it's only for 15 seconds at a whack. And you gotta rest after. But hey, when you've died because of your lungs, you take what you get. You take what good news you can get. Right? There we go. That was fun. You want me to send you? Wait, I already gave you the link to that, didn't I? Where did I put it? Yeah. If you go to the house chat and scroll up, you'll find it. Now let's find a game to play. God damn it, all I want to play is Hades. Fuck it. I download all these games and then I don't want to play them. Just like me. Let's see here. Hades. So, we'll pull that up, go to the restroom real quick, and get back into this. didn't fucking need the sound to play the game, I would just turn it all down and play video. Let's see here. Did I miss anything? I did not. Let's pull this up again and see what I can see. Just in case. Alright. All I gotta do is beat the first boss once. And then I will have all the chaos I need.
Let's see here.
Ooh, that's gonna suck.
I'm asking for it. That is the last time I felt it.
I understand.
Ah, that's not what I wanted. Oh well.
But the power of the freezing surface now. Lots of coin there.
Yeah. It's gonna be like that.
God's grant me strength. No use.
Show you what a slam dancer does. And I got hit twice, like a dumbass.
Earning my keep.
Whoops.
Ringers. Out of my sight.
I love the Chaos Shield.
Did you happen to know?
I will always love the Chaos Shield.
And that's why. Enough.
Wait,
Good to see you. Oh, I got you covered.
Cheers, mate.
Hey. Oh, this is gonna happen.
Break you to bits.
Kind of amazing I can do as well as I can on 32 fucking heat.
Yeah, that thing. Lord Diner.
Yo.
No, that. Thank you, Diner.
Wait. Yeah. Oh. But I have to take the damn thing. Oh, and I can't afford to take Parent Chaos. Hey.
That's good. Fishing time.
Oh, maybe I can. I mean, it's Parent Chaos. I've gotta.
Got a bite. I caught a knucklehead. I can take it. I'm back here. She isn't my book. I know that.
Ha! I'll take the Inferno Bomb. It's gonna suck, but I can take it. Oh, you had to do that. Isn't that just so appropriate that I decided to take the Inferno Bombers, and what do? They give me 50 fucking skulls all at once. Ow! And if I can get through Asphodel, I get all the fucking diamonds I could ever need. But I don't think I'll get there. Right, that's an issue. God damn it, why can I not seem to stop getting hit by those things? Whoops. Christ on a bicycle.
Ah, yes, indeed.
An incorrect decision.
Ares, forgive me.
Holy Christ! Or Ares, as the case may be. Hey, I didn't die.
My boon from Master Chaos has evolved.
When blood is...
Yeah. Heals.
That's better.
Alright. Here we go.
Tiss, you ready? My sisters and I, we've had a chance to talk and we have come to an agreement, Zagreus.
Megara, Tiss, you ready? Murder.
3 against 1.
Or each will. Prepare, sisters.
Bitch! Ow! Right, she is 60% faster. Whoa! Don't even care. Who, me? What did I do? I'm adorable. Gotcha, bitch.
Where'd the others go?
There we go. 27 fucking Titan's blood. That'll help.
The Eren.
That will help tremendously.
Tread lightly, boy.
Thanks for the tip. Beats dying.
Buy money. Oh, wait. That one.
There goes that one. So much.
If I could actually fucking beat... If I could actually fucking beat, Lerny. But I don't think I'll be able to beat Lerny. I'll be surprised if I even get to Lerny.
Or until I crush their bones to dust.
Whoa! Ready.
Must be Eurydice.
Hades kid.
Eurydice,
Oh, that's awful sweet.
thanks so much.
What's the latest?
Well, you mentioned.
Not fun. Excellent.
God damn it.
Thank you. Bye.
See you.
Keeps not giving me the right ones. Ooh.
Oh, good. This has to be the chamber renovation I put in.
Yo. Oh god, here we go. Fucking knew it. I fucking goddamn knew it. Oh, I hate this.
Circle.
I mean, this is nominally better because I've got the kind of coverage I need, but oh.
Farewell, ladies.
Shit, yeah. Heals!
Spreaders. Don't keep me waiting.
Motherfucker!
A gift. Which path?
The right path. Whoa! That hole when everybody is frozen debuff slash dot, that does dumb things. See? It does just a horrifying amount of damage.
That's one more. What lurks in the river Phlegethon?
Fishies.
Mine. Another crustacean.
Yeah, let's go with Hermes. Give me dashes.
Anyhow.
Damn it. Oh well. Oh, this is gonna be dumb. How the fuck? I mean, you've seen me for 2 hours.
Hydro chamber I expected.
Struggling. I turn up the difficulty and somehow I'm doing better.
What now?
This is gonna suck a lot.
Oh, you can't be serious.
I love when even Zag is fucked off. Damn, Speedy, fuck off! Damn it! Oh, fuck, I hate that. What the fuck is going on? There we go.
Oh, no.
Well, now I can get all the upgrades. Bonzer.
Back to wherever your neck went. It's beautiful. I'll take that.
28 diamonds.
They're already expecting you up in Elysium.
Coin goes in, that comes out.
Oh, wait.
Bye, Asphodel.
If I beat Theseus, I'm gonna be stunned. There's exactly 0 chance I beat Theseus.
Pleasant temperature.
The rare.
Luxuriantly? Really? Olympus, I accept this message.
Exploded. Speaking of, it exploded. Here we go.
Who else?
Motherfucker! Oh, right, they get extra speed. Oh, that means those motherfucking chariots are gonna be really bad.
It's reaching the rating. Hear me on my authority. Payment in full.
I didn't really need this shit.
We have a pest problem. I expected more from the exalted.
Gimme. Oh, there he is, motherfucker!
What do we have here?
Fuck. I can give her a thingy. Oh, I'm fucked.
Absolutely smashing.
This is gonna hurt.
Observe this gleaming coat of bronze with which I'm adorned now, short one. You're doing as I understand.
My father is to thank for that, not me. I've proven difficult for him to contain, so now I'm beneficiary of his latest pact of punishment. You're welcome.
I haven't thanked you as of yet. Though come, I'll repay you suitably for having me encased within this suit.
Oh, I was just outside. Or just inside, I should say. Yeah, now I'm fucked. Ow, I fucked that one up. Oh, that motherfucker! Not even his defeat was going to stop him. Not even mad.
Now, how do I get through all that armor? No.
Your Highness, as you may know...
Oh, do you mean... Well, I see you...
There's one more.
I see you through the eyes of the Crimson Phoenix. I want you to... That's quite...
Chester!
Do not.
Martin.
You would.
Nix. God.
I understand.
Inspire.
Oh, that's a.
Of course.
Oh.
You know...
You have your...
So you've patched it.
Well, that's not...
But it's a step. Here's the latest catch, Chef. Totally worth it. Wretched broker, what's new, my friend? Good deal. Here's the fee. Approved. Wouldn't mind an extra helping of gemstones while I'm ransacking out there. Here you go. I'll be on the lookout for this when I'm in the area. On my authority, I'd like it if you did this job for me. Is that all right? I'm hereby authorizing this expenditure, and I look forward to seeing the result. Your asking price, good contractor. Well worth the fruits of your hard work, I'm sure. Sign me up, contractor. This ought to pay for itself in no time at all.
There we are.
No way. Excellent. About time you showed up. Baratha, I see you through the eyes of the Crimson Phoenix. A new aspect. Who's Guan Yu? Aegis, reveal your secrets.
Give me my shield. No. I really want Arthur. So.
Keepsakes hold power. The condition's non-negotiable.
There we go.
Don't stick around on my account, Leo.
Alright, back to fun video. Just need to... Ah, there it is.
Yulia _ Sura, hit Bard level 50, not even halfway into the that's ARR zone.
Nice. Oh shit.
Yulia _ Sura, time to level rogue.
Did we just get... Oh! Okay, alright. We got another $50. So now, oh wait, I need to change that. Come here, you. Bring you up. Bring you up. Bring you over here. Damn, we're almost a quarter of the way there. I did not expect that. at all. Fuck. Huh. I'd better thank the person. Thanks, Jeff. Really appreciate it. We're almost 245 out of 1,000. Since we can't afford the lab work on the lump sample, or mass sample, I should say, mass sample. Quarter. You can get an ACA plan. What the fuck is an ACA plan? ACA. Oh! Fucking Obamacare. I knew I'd heard that from somewhere. You can get an Obamacare plan if you stop qualifying for Medicaid. This will be roughly what Medicaid was at your income level. You can also get subsidies. This may also solve the health insurance problem. And that's a someone from Seattle too. That's pretty funny. Would it go 1-for-1, or would government slow-ass me a few months while it pulls its head out enough?
Yulia_Sura, yeah, except his plan doesn't cover all your meds. All $2,000 per month of your meds, specifically.
Do its job. My wife says the ACA wouldn't cover all 2,000 a month of my meds. 2,000 a month? Damn. I didn't know I had 2,000 a month in meds. That's actually lower than I thought it would be. What a fucking day. I can't believe it. What game do I want to play while we're doing this? Yeah, fuck it. I'll go back to 14. Or maybe I'll go into or maybe I'll go into... No, I don't want to go into World. Yeah, we'll go into Final Fantasy. All these fucking games where I just keep playing the same damn ones. Why do I always do that? Well, anyway.
Yeah, let's not waste any time. We'll get straight into episode 2 of Rings of Power, and we'll see how it holds up to episode 1. So we pick up right where we left off, with Galadriel stranded in the middle of the ocean with only a dagger and a long ceremonial dress, and of course, she is hundreds of miles from shore. She starts swimming, which I guess is her only option short of dying, but something tells me that she is aware that she won't actually have to swim the whole way. We then cut to the other cliffhanger from episode 1, which is Nori discovering the man who fell from the sky in a fireball. Because Nori is brave, she seems unafraid of this unprecedented celestial phenomenon. Because Nori is clumsy, she falls down into the crater by accident. She then realizes that the fire surrounding the man is not in fact hot, which she must have known before falling into the crater, but I don't know why I'm expecting consistency from this show at this point.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Also, episode 1 established that fire doesn't give off heat when the location is evil.
My hand is past feeling. This place is so evil, our torches give off no warmth.
If this man turns out to be evil, then I will actually praise the writers for setting something up and then paying it off. When this man turns out to, in fact, not be evil, then I will laugh, sigh, and cry myself to sleep. Poppy, Nori's friend, then tells herself and the audience that Nori is making that face, despite the fact that Poppy is standing behind Nori and thus cannot see her face, and despite the fact that we as the audience can clearly see Nori's face.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
This means that the writers have accomplished something of a double whammy in the opening minutes of episode 2. They decided to add an ADR line emphasizing that Nori has a particular look on her face that worries Poppy, when the context of the line does not make sense in universe and when the information was already being conveyed to the audience. Try saying wasting your time via incompetence 3 times really fast. Because Nori is brave and curious, she approaches the seemingly unconscious man and investigates him. Then this happens. Okay, so this fella is a wizard of some kind. As I said in part 1, I have not read the books, so I don't know, nor do I particularly care, whether or not this lines up with Tolkien's original timeline. Either this guy is Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, one of the Blue Wizards, or some unnamed original character that the writers have invented. Or, I guess, he isn't actually a wizard, but I would be very surprised if this turns out to be the case. I wonder if we will ever learn his name. Nori then says that they can't leave him like this or the wolves will get him. So 2 things. Firstly, a wolf is not going any fucking where near this. Wolves don't typically like things that are on fire.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Secondly, what this guy just did should have blown your goddamn mind and terrified you. If he is capable of doing this, even accidentally, he is not going to be eaten by a wolf. But, on second thought actually, Nori is brave, which means nothing scares her. Character traits are actually quite simple, you see. Poppy then tells Nori that she is brave and that she doesn't follow the rules. Brace yourselves, guys, we still aren't done with that.
Why me? Why me?
I can't leave him like this or the wolves will get him. So that's not who we are. That's not who you are.
So we can add to Nori's list of character traits that she is brave and clumsy and curious and brave and doesn't follow the rule. We then see Sadok, the village elder, hypothesizing about what the meteor was. The Harfoots debate packing up camp and leaving, but end up deciding not to because they have a festival happening soon. Seems like a good enough reason, I guess. He then concludes,
"This does not bode well."
We then see Nori and Poppy stealing materials from the camp, and Sadok doesn't seem to notice them. These two have not exactly been established to be stealthy or agile,
yeah,
and yet
if we had to pay for it. Your ad fare alone is something like $1,200. Then there's the naltrexone at $60. We get a deal by doing the 90-day supply. Montelukast is $145. Allopurinol is $100. Mucinex $200. We can get generic, which cuts it by half. So I was wrong. It's closer to $1,500 per month, but still.
I didn't know Advair was $1,200 on its own. I thought Advair was $600.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that.
See that the 2 Harfoots have managed to put the man in a wheelbarrow, and they debate whether or not he is a troll, a human, or an elf, and they conclude that they have no idea, as no species that they are aware of falls from the sky. Nori indicates that they only have to hide the man for 1 night, which is an odd thing to say because they still don't know who or what he is.
This is ludicrous. He's never going to fit in that old cart. It's just for 1 night.
And they have zero understanding of what he wants or what he may do.
Yulia_Sura.
As far
No,
as they
that's
can
the one that's the most
possibly
expensive for
know,
you,
he may
which
well
is
be
funny since it's the one you need the
asleep
most.
for thousands of years. But don't worry, you've only got to take care of him for 1 night, I guess. We also learn that Nori is caring and has compassion for all creatures, which we did actually see a bit of in episode 1, but I guess I was distracted by her other 3 character traits being reinforced with almost every line of dialogue. Hence, she feels obligated to personally look after this man, even though she doesn't actually need to. And then, oh no, he starts wheelbarrowing down the hill. What unfortunate luck. The way this is filmed and the accompanying dialogue is clearly supposed to be funny rather than dramatic, and the fact that there are no consequences whatsoever to this gag suggests that the writers simply wanted a funny, so then they made the funny happen, and then they cut to the next scene where everything is okay again.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Here's the thing, I don't believe that 2 Harfoots can stop a wheelbarrow with a human in from careening down a hill and smashing into something. Period. Let alone do it quietly, as we are led to believe is their intention. So Nori is stealthy in spite of also being clumsy. She is caring, compassionate, and brave. So anyway, they managed to get the man to a little hut, which I have to assume they didn't just build for this purpose. meaning it must be a part of the Harfoot's mobile village. I'll be charitable and assume that it is on the outskirts and not surrounded by the other huts, but even then, this does not seem like a good way to keep this man hidden. Poppy then asks Nori,
Why are you doing this, Nori?
why? Because she is smart, brave, curious, kind, and caring. Did you not watch the last episode? Okay, I'll try to take this seriously. Nori concludes that she has a particular and specific responsibility to this man because he oh so conveniently fell from the sky directly next to her.
It's like there's a reason this happened, like I was supposed to find him. Me.
She believes that she and only she was supposed to find him. It seems rather like Nori is aware that she is a protagonist in a TV show. However, this does seem in keeping with Nori's character, and it also seems to be in keeping with the established superstitious beliefs of the Harfoots. Anyway, we then cut to Horden, the ruins of the village that used to be Bronwyn's hometown. Bronwyn and Arondir have traveled here to investigate the black goo that came from the cow. Bronwyn continues to display no emotional connection to her friends and kin that used to live here and have now either been abducted or have fled. Seriously, she knows this village so well that she knows the names of the couple whose house they have just entered, but she simply seems to recite this information to the audience as it would be of no help to Arondir whatsoever. This means that the writers wanted, for some reason, to further reinforce that Bronwyn has a connection to Horden, but their delivery method also reinforces that Bronwyn doesn't much care about Horden.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, they find a hole, and Arondir observes that someone must have dug it as it does not appear natural. Bronwyn, the medic, who is maybe in her mid-20s, corrects Arondir, the soldier who is potentially over 1,000 years old, and states that men could not have dug it, and it must have been something and not someone. Seems to me like the writers are trying to emphasize that she is not simply along for the ride and that she has her own agency and experience to bring to the table, even though she should be about as experienced as a 5-year-old relative to Arondir, the immortal and ageless soldier. This is a bit odd, as Arondir has already displayed incredible cognitive ability, and as an elf, he quite simply has to be smarter than Bronwyn. But I guess the script has to let the girls have their moments, so I'll continue. Arondir decides to travel down the passage, and his reason is that he doesn't know where it leads.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
More importantly, he tells Bronwyn to return to Tirharad and warn them. This seems a little irresponsible given that Horden has very recently been burned to the ground, and Bronwyn is expected to travel out of Horden and back to Tirharad entirely on her own. Arondir seems to think that going down this hole is of greater importance than both protecting Bronwyn and warning Tirharad of a potentially impending attack. I'm sure nothing bad will happen as a result of this. Prioritizes exploring a hole over protecting Bronwyn. Knows all about holes. We then travel to Eregion, the realm of the Elven Smiths. Elrond tells Celebrimbor that the Hammer of Feanor that appears to currently belong to Celebrimbor was used to create the Silmarils, which contain the very light of Valinor. Of course, he is actually telling us, because Celebrimbor already knows this. Celebrimbor then tells Elrond and us that it is said that after Morgoth stole the Silmarils, he was so entranced that all he could do for weeks afterwards is stare at them, and that this only stopped when he shed a tear on one and was then faced with his own evil reflection.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Not entirely sure how anyone could know this unless Morgoth was the kind of guy to tell his enemies that he cries himself to sleep. I guess Morgoth was in fact a cuck after all. Anyway, we then learn that Celebrimbor is somewhat jealous of Feanor and that he aspires for his own work to be acknowledged on the same level. This is interesting, as in episode 1 we are told that Celebrimbor is
greatest of Elven Smiths, of course,
suggesting that he is in fact better than Feanor already, so either the writers forgot, or they are setting up that Celebrimbor is in fact exceedingly modest and humble about his own achievements. Time will tell which one of these statements is true. We also learn that Celebrimbor desires to bring beauty to the world, and he plans to create a turbo forge that surpasses any currently existing forge, and can be used to create things that will change Middle-earth. He says it must be completed by spring, and that this was the reason why Gil-galad sent Elrond to work with Celebrimbor. Elrond then suggests enlisting the help of the dwarves in constructing this forge. So, we don't yet know why it is vital that this forge be completed by spring, so I can't yet comment on whether or not this makes sense. Elrond being sent in place of the greatest workforce ever assembled also seems very strange, as Elrond's skills do not seem to be in smithing, and even if they were, he is merely one person. This means that Elrond facilitating the help of the dwarves is either a gigantic cosmic coincidence, or this was Gil-galad's plan all along, in that he specifically sent Elrond to help Celebrimbor knowing of his ties to the dwarves. Again, which it is, I cannot say yet, but I am sure we will learn soon enough. We then travel to Khazad-dûm, and Celebrimbor tells Elrond that an alliance between elves and dwarves would be the diplomatic achievement of the age. This kinda suggests that Gil-galad sending Elrond to do something absurdly difficult in order to help Celebrimbor do something absurdly difficult seems absurd.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
However, Elrond tells us that Prince Durin is an old and dear friend and is like a brother to him. It is possible that Gil-galad knew about this, but my guess at this point is that it is a contrivance rather than a deliberate ploy by the High King. Anyway, we can observe that Elrond and Celebrimbor have walked from Eregion to Khazad-dûm. Their clothes have not changed. They do not appear to have any horses or any supplies such as food or water. From looking at a map of Middle-earth, you can see that Eregion is approximately the same distance from Khazad-dûm as Hobbiton is from Bree. The journey from Hobbiton to Bree was around 120 miles and took around 40 hours. So these two just walked for over 100 miles with no supplies. Alrighty then.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Also seems odd that they traveled for days without Elrond telling Celebrimbor why they are going to Khazad-dûm, only to then have this conversation moments before arriving. Almost like they teleported here. Anyway, Celebrimbor tells us that he admires the dwarves for their skilled craftsmanship, and he gives us the first line in the show that I actually really like.
I admire all who can see into the mystery of things, who can divine from the plainness of what is, the beauty of what could be.
Very good, Kronk.
So Elrond is well versed in history, and Celebrimbor is modest, aspirational, dislikes war, wants to make the world a better place, and has a deep admiration for the dwarves. Anyway, Elrond then says that Prince Durin will greet them with open arms and he will give them salted pork and malt beer because it was like the thing in the other. He then tells the guard that they seek an audience with the prince and their request is denied. Elrond reiterates that he is friends with Prince Durin, and yet the response is still the same, indicating that Durin has specifically denied entry to Elrond. Elrond pauses for a moment and then invokes the right of Sigyn Tarag and is allowed inside. This statue here wobbles a bit, because I guess that's the kind of dwarven craftsmanship $1 billion dues gets ya. And Elrond indicates that he needs a few days to get Durin on side to help Celebrimbor. Then Elrond is escorted inside, and Celebrimbor is abandoned outside of the mountain. So, to be absolutely clear, Elrond just abandoned Celebrimbor 100+ miles from anywhere. He has no horses, no food, no change of clothes, no water, and no further means of communicating with Elrond.
But what does that have to do with me?
No. He's got a point.
I know the writers accidentally established that Celebrimbor actually has no need for any of those things, because how else did they get here? But this is still absolutely a dick move from Elrond. Celebrimbor will have walked to Khazad-dûm, and then walked back for entirely no reason, because Elrond misjudged his relationship with Prince Durin. This is made even worse because the previous scene made clear that Celebrimbor has a deep admiration for the dwarves, has always wanted to see them at work, and was told he may even be allowed into their workshop. And now he's kind of in the woods and has to walk home, which is over 100 miles away, because Elrond is a dick. So Elrond is very confident in his diplomatic skills and is a dick. We then follow Elrond through Khazad-dûm. Khazad-dûm looks pretty damn cool. The guards, on the other hand, look and walk like they are children playing dress-up, which they may in fact be. Prince Durin then approaches Elrond. Durin explains to the other dwarves and us as the audience what the rite of Sigyn Tarag is. It sure is a good thing that the characters of Middle-earth like to tell each other things that they already know. What a convenient writing tool. This means that the writers are able to communicate this information to the audience without it feeling clunky and lazy. Anyway, the rite of Sigyn Tarag means that Elrond has challenged Prince Durin to a rock-smashing competition. If he loses, he is banished forever from all Dwarven land, even though he seemingly already was, meaning he literally has nothing to lose.
Oh yeah. It's all coming together.
If Elrond wins, he shall be granted a single boon, which is presumed to be an audience with Prince Durin. So, a few comments. It is extremely convenient that such a right even exists, as it gives Elrond the ability to enter Khazad-dûm. Of course, if the writers simply wanted Elrond to enter Khazad-dûm, they could have made the guards at the door say yes instead of no. But as we will see, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want there to be drama between Elrond and Durin, but they also need a way of getting Elrond
God, they
inside
look so
to be able
dumb.
to speak to Durin. Secondly, I'm not entirely convinced that Elrond, who doesn't appear to be a warrior, nor does he seem to be physically capable in Rings of Power, could ever hope to defeat Durin in a rock-smashing contest, which is precisely what dwarves are good at. As we will find out soon, though, that won't actually matter either. Okay, Elrond is somewhat confident in his physical ability, and Durin is brash, loud, confident, and believable as a leader. We then come back to Nori, who has returned with food for the man she has decided to babysit. The man has just woken up and is scribbling on a rock. I'm not entirely sure where Poppy is, but I guess she just kind of left him on his own. The man seems to be unable to speak at all and is extremely easily startled. He lets out a very loud yell and causes the sky to go dark, which you would think would be noticed by someone, maybe by certain characters that are very superstitious and have already taken particular interest in the strangeness of the sky. But remember, if they are off-screen, they don't exist. Nori manages to calm him down because of course she is brave and caring, and she seems to be able to communicate with him via sign language due to his apparent inability to speak. I'm not quite sure how he understands that pulling on your ear means deal, but whatever, let's move on.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
She theorizes that the man can't remember his own name, and she then teaches him how to eat. What we are then treated to is by far the funniest scene in Rings of Power so far. We see that Harfoots in the village are arguing about who should be helping with what for this festival that they are planning, and they realize that Nori is not present when she was specifically meant to be helping with one job in particular. Nori's dad ends up doing the job without her, and because she was not present, the rope snaps, his foot snaps, and he falls over. Firstly, I'll deal with the superficial. Given the direction that he was pushing, it is not possible for his ankle to break in this way. It shoots over to the right when there was no force being applied in that direction.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Now for the hilarious bit. The writers wanted to show us explicitly that Nori is causing problems by prioritizing looking after the strange man. And the way they decided to do this would be to have everything go as catastrophically wrong as possible because Nori happened to not be there to help. This is utterly juvenile writing. Poppy then brings Nori to her father, and Nori takes the lesson that the writers so bluntly wanted her to take from this scenario. Here's the problem. If I plan to build a house with my friend, and my friend doesn't show up, so then I try to do it on my own, and I break my leg as a result, that is entirely my fault. Nori is not responsible for what happened to her father. Because, however, we have been told that Nori feels responsible for everyone, this isn't actually out of character for her. It just doesn't make sense, really. To further reinforce that Nori feels bad for the thing that wasn't her fault, Sadok then asks her if her father can actually walk anymore, which I guess makes him a socially challenged dick too. Feels responsible for everyone and is caring. Now we get to the scene I have been excitedly waiting for since the end of episode 1. We are about to learn what happened to Galadriel after she threw herself into the middle of the ocean. The cinematography here emphasizes that Galadriel is quite clearly in the middle of nowhere. She should be utterly screwed. But wait, what's that in the distance? Could it be, yes, a Deus Ex life raft? Has she just accidentally her way out of certain death for the second time? It certainly appears so.
Why me? Why me?
All I will say here is that the odds of a boat and a person accidentally crossing paths hundreds of miles from the shore are so astronomically low as to be practically an impossibility. On this raft, there are 5 extras and this guy, who let's just say is acting distinctly.
The tides of fate are flowing.
Well, if no one else will.
Yours may be heading in. Or out.
They are
What the
underwater,
fuck?
which unfortunately confirms that yes, Galadriel does in fact require water to survive, thus making her die from the ship that much more retarded. They decide to allow her aboard
Check.
and demand answers from her.
What's it called?
I was separated from my
Check Discord, hun.
Yeah,
You'll laugh.
You keep telling yourself that. It sounds a little less spastic than I leapt from my ship and into the middle of the goddamn ocean. The extras then explain that they were attacked by a worm, hence them being on a ruined raft. They begin to explain what happened specifically, and then this dude, who is totally not going to be a recurring character, says this.
Does she look dangerous to you?
Looks can be deceiving.
But appearances can be deceptive.
Yeah. I wonder if this man is hiding something. Galadriel is an elf, and in response, Galadriel, acts.
Remove your hand from me, sir.
She is then accused of being a liar, even though she didn't lie, nor do these extras have any reason to believe that she is lying. However, before this conflict can be resolved, they accidentally themselves across another boat. Holy contrivance, Batman. Although, as we will learn seconds later, this is not in fact a boat, but the worm that destroyed their ship. Whilst this means that this is not in fact a contrivance, that they just so happen to come across yet another ship in the middle of the ocean, it does instead mean that this worm is hunting them for reasons. Gotta get rid of those extras some ways, am I right? Anyway, this worm is goddamn gigantic, and yet it is able to sneak up on all 7 of them after they knew it was there, including Galadriel, who has basically been depicted as a god until this point.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Anyway, the extras die, and because of convenient conveniences, the only 2 survivors are Galadriel and Subtle McGee, whose name we learn is Halbrand. Interestingly, he asks Galadriel what their heading is, which seems odd, but I guess we'll see where that goes. Okay, Galadriel can be snuck up on by a giant sea monster, and Halbrand is totally not evil. We then return to the smashing contest. Elrond predictably loses. More specifically, though, he resigns after his first failure to smash a rock. Prince Durin dumps another nonsensical metaphor on us, which seems to be a recurring theme for this show.
The dog may bark at the moon, but he cannot bring it down.
What? What does that have to do with it?
No. He's got a point.
And he orders Elrond to leave as per the rules of the right of the plot contrivance. Elrond asks Prince Durin to escort him to the exit, and he accepts. The 2 of them travel through Khazad-dûm. Curiously, Prince Durin has no form of royal escort or guards to speak of, so I guess it's a good thing that Elrond wasn't there to assassinate him. We then get some terrible visual effects, and again, I really hate to compare... Who am I kidding? I fucking love doing this. The way the Peter Jackson movies use a variety of visual effects to convince us that the different races of Middle-earth are all of varying sizes is, in a word, fantastic, and in another word, genius. And due to the fact that they used every trick in the book, the effects still hold up to this day. In this scene here with Durin and Elrond on the elevator, they appear to simply have filmed each actor on a green screen and then resized Durin to make him smaller. I am by no means an expert on visual effects though, so I could of course be wrong, but so far, to my eyes, this is the worst shot of the show in terms of visual fidelity. Now to the actual content of the scene. Elrond indicates that the city has changed since he last visited, which suggests that much of the architectural splendor of Khazad-dûm was constructed within the last 20 years. Durin tells us that he has been very offended by Elrond, as Elrond has not visited him in the last 20 years, despite them previously considering each other to be friends. Elrond doesn't have much luck with those he calls friend, does he? Elrond says that before he leaves, he thinks it is in Durin's best interest to at least listen to his proposal, which further irritates Durin, as Elrond has just revealed that his reason for finally visiting his friend after 20 years is that he wants something. This is a rather counterproductive card to play, and not one we would expect from a character who is established to be confident in his diplomatic abilities.
I want to hear about you.
Why, Elrond? You really have become a politician.
You make it sound so grim. An alliance with the dwarves would be the diplomatic achievement of the age.
Their prince is an old and dear friend, almost like a brother to me. He'll welcome us with open arms.
Durin further reveals that Elrond missed both his wedding and the birth of his 2 children.
You missed my wedding! The birth of my children, 2 of them! You cannot barge into my mountain and demand I welcome you with open arms. You cannot claim that which you discarded.
Context aside, I do quite like the character, or at least the actor, playing Durin. He is giving what is definitely the best performance of the series so far. They also play with the idea that 20 years may be the blink of an eye to an elf, as elves are immortal, but unless Elrond genuinely doesn't care about Durin, I find it very hard to believe that his understanding of time is that terrible. Elrond then apologizes and wishes to also apologize to Elrond's family. Wait, are they about to? So then Durin agrees and allows Elrond to visit his home in order to apologize to his wife Disa. Wait, are they seriously? And Durin makes clear that Elrond is to apologize and then leave, and he is explicitly not to stay for dinner. Yeah, they're actually doing this. They are going to resolve this seemingly deep character conflict for Durin, and also disregard the consequences of the rite of plot contrivance in this one single scene.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
We then meet Disa, who has evidently heard all about Elrond, indicating that maybe Durin isn't particularly good at holding grudges. Disa then insists that Elrond...
Why doesn't she have a beard?
And from this point on, the legitimate upset and depth we were able to glean from Durin in the scene on the lift is reduced to almost a comedic...
Why doesn't she have a beard? God damn this fucking series.
Yeah, well, I still don't really like you vibe where all is forgiven. We then learn how Durin and Disa met each other, which I guess is enough to make us forget that 2 minutes earlier Durin had serious and justified feelings of betrayal due to Elrond's apparent lack of concern for him. Throughout their conversation, Elrond and Durin continue to take jabs at each other, but this is put to rest by Disa. We then learn something which definitely causes some problems. We learn that Elrond, if we assume he is not outright lying to Durin, was not sent to ask the dwarves for aid on behalf of High King Gil-galad. Coming to Khazad-dûm was apparently entirely his own idea. This means that either it is a coincidence that Gil-galad happened to pick the one guy who could forge an alliance between the elves and the dwarves, or, and I think this is more likely, Elrond is something of a useful idiot being manipulated by Gil-galad because Gil-galad knew of Elrond's friendly connection to Prince Durin. Either way, we have a plot contrivance or a serious character flaw, so take your pick. We then learn that at some point in the past, Elrond gave Durin a sapling as a gift. In the 20 years that they have not seen each other, Durin planted it and tended to it like it was his own child. Apparently, some dwarves called Durin a fool for believing it would grow in such darkness. Even though the tree is not in darkness, it's quite clearly in direct sunlight.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
And Elrond seems to suggest that sunlight is not the reason why it grew. Love is in fact the reason why it grew.
What? What does that have to do with it?
No. He's got a point.
This is yet another example of the writers thinking of a cool-sounding metaphor, but then somewhere along the production, some wires got crossed and they forgot that the tree was actually supposed to be in darkness. What we have now as a result is a tree that grew due to sunlight and a metaphor that falls flat on its face. Elrond then attempts to leave, which makes Disa feel bad, which in turn makes Durin feel bad, and thus Elrond is able to stay and offer Durin his proposal. Okay, so Durin is caring and forgiving, and Elrond is potentially manipulable and ignorant if he is being manipulated by Gil-galad. He is terrible at timekeeping and bad at reading social cues. Cut to Galadriel and Halbrand. Galadriel questions why Halbrand abandoned his companions so readily. Did you not see the goddamn sea worm, woman? Anyway, Halbrand's decision to abandon the raft before it is eaten by the worm is the only reason why Galadriel is still alive at this point. Had he not done this, she would at best be adrift in the middle of the ocean, or at worst, she would be inside the sea worm. Halbrand accuses Galadriel of being a deserter, and Galadriel retorts, "Do I look like a deserter?" I'm conflicted on what to criticize here. On the one hand, Galadriel does not look like a soldier whatsoever, so I don't know why Halbrand would assume that she is one. On the other hand, there is no real logical reason why she would be out here on her own. But I guess logic isn't something I should really consider here. Halbrand intuits that Galadriel is running either from or to something, and she replies that she has a duty to return to Middle-earth. Then this happens.
Important elf business, no doubt.
What have elves ever done to you? Do you blame us for your being stranded here?
I do not have the first idea why Galadriel is being so aggressive here, because whilst Halbrand is very clearly hiding something, he has not indicated any bias against elves. So whilst Halbrand is clearly a bit of a sketchy dick, Galadriel is, I guess, imagining that he doesn't like elves. Halbrand reveals that the way he sees it, elves didn't chase him from his homeland, orcs did. That he says, "the way I see it," suggests that there could maybe be some ambiguity here, but if orcs chased him from his homeland, then where is the ambiguity? My guess is we will never know. This then prompts Galadriel to remember the magic E. Presumably she is wondering if there were any magic E's in Halbrand's village. Halbrand doesn't clarify where he is from, but he does say that it is now ashes. Galadriel then says that she knows something of the pain he carries, as her home is decidedly not ashes, which makes anti-sense. Galadriel asks in a roundabout way what kingdom Halbrand is from because she believes that she may be able to reclaim it before she knows what kingdom it is or where it is. I told you, there's nothing this gal can't do. She seems to brush off the idea of not having an army, saying, "Leave the army to me," even though episode 1 showed us that she is unable to even get another squad of groupies to help her take down Sauron, let alone a goddamn army. She then gives Halbrand a stern talking down to, which has become characteristic of this appalling character.
Because rather than rest in glory, I chose to seek out the very enemy responsible for your suffering.
I am so righteous and noble that I decided to turn down eternal glory and peace in order to defeat the enemy that drove you from your homeland, you silly, silly man. Jesus Christ, just throw this woman overboard already. Halbrand informs Galadriel that no matter how proud she is, she can't fix his suffering. And Galadriel then says,
I have pursued this foe since before the first sunrise bloodied the sky.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
This is horse shit, unless we are expected to believe that the sun didn't rise once in the hundreds of years between you being born and you taking on your brother's vow after the defeat of Morgoth, you utter titbean. She then says that it would take longer than Halbrand's lifetime to speak the names of those they have taken from her.
Do you know what autistic is?
So Halbrand looks to be maybe 35, which is 1,104,000,000 seconds. If it takes a generous 5 seconds to say each name, that means Galadriel claims to have lost approximately 220 million friends. Let's do it now, actually. This video is already going to be a long boy, so let's start the timer. People Galadriel has lost. 3, 2, 1, go. Finrod. Halbrand observes that Galadriel has let slip her true motivation for wanting to return to Middle-earth, which is to kill orcs as an act of revenge rather than for any heroic or selfless reasons. It is rather refreshing to see someone push back on her utter self-entitled bullshit, isn't it? Anyway, this pisses off Galadriel, as I guess she is still just as emotionally fragile and violent as she was hundreds of years ago when those kids broke her origami boat, and then Halbrand informs her that he is from the Southlands. Oh dear, hands of power. I hope you aren't doing what I think you're doing. Bear with me here. Halbrand claims to be from the Southlands. Halbrand's village was burned down. We know that Arondir and Bronwyn have just arrived at Horden, which was burned down. This is potentially implying that Halbrand is from Horden. If you recall, during episode 1, we see the meteor passing all of the different locations of Middle-earth, confirming that these stories are all taking place at the same time. This means that if, as implied, Halbrand is from Horden, he was able to get from Horden all the way across Middle-earth onto a boat and into the middle of the ocean in the time it took Arondir and Bronwyn to walk from Tirharad to Horden. I hope that they don't reveal that Halbrand was in fact from Horden, but I guess...
There never was much hope. Just a fool's hope.
Galadriel then orders Halbrand to take her to the orcs' last known location before acquiring an army, I guess, and Halbrand refuses. This is good, because Halbrand has zero reason to do what Galadriel says, although it does make me question why he asked her, "What's our heading?" earlier in the episode. In one final act of feminism, Galadriel tells Halbrand sarcastically to prepare yourself, because there is a storm on the horizon, because being utterly insufferable to the man who just saved your life is an endearing character trait, I guess. So Galadriel is apparently sympathetic towards others' losses, is very defensive of elves, and is sarcastic. And Halbrand is perceptive and intuitive, doesn't take bullshit, doesn't mince words, and his village was burned down by orcs. Cut to Bronwyn running back to Tirharad. I guess she made it out safely, thank God. She informs the people in the pub that Horden is empty and that there are no bodies. The people of Horden seem to believe that they fell in the hole rather than that whatever burned the village down took them.
It was as if the ground had swallowed up the people of Horden like flies.
Round his tit, she always has been.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
The barman, who seems to be in charge of the village, says that without proof, he doesn't want Bronwyn scaring people by causing a fuss. I guess her detailed descriptions weren't enough, but okay, this one can slide. Then Bronwyn's son, Theo, destroys the floor because he can hear mice.
Stupid! Bastard! Mice!
This seems like a slight overreaction, but don't worry, we'll get a jump scare so that way we don't have time to think about the fact that this kid seemingly loses all control of his emotions because there are mice.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
We then join Arondir in the tunnel underneath Horden, and we see claw marks. There certainly is a spooky afoot, oh dear. If only Arondir hadn't put himself in a tunnel with a monster. I guess he isn't that smart after all.
Do you know what autistic is?
He is then ambushed by a group of whatever these things are, which one would think wouldn't be possible given that elves supposedly have extremely acute hearing. Okay, Arondir acts without thinking. Apparently does not have heightened senses. We then see that Theo was able to hide in a cupboard and was not discovered by whatever the monster in the floor was, even though, going by these claw marks, it came up and had a good look around for him. Bronwyn arrives and Theo tells her to go and get help while he stays in the cupboard. Bronwyn then abandons her son for the second time. Oh, no, wait, she actually decides to stay in a different cupboard, thereby putting herself in danger for no reason whatsoever in order to pretend like she's looking after her son. Just grab him and leave, you spurg. Then the spooky emerges from the tunnel under the floor, sneaks around for a bit, discovers Bronwyn, and then Theo is able to climb out of his cupboard, cross the room on the creaky floorboards, and stab the spooky in the back without it noticing, all in the space of about a second. This, good people, is the magic of editing. You can hide so much. This creature demonstrates that it is strong enough to be able to punch through a solid wooden table and is then able to throw the table across the room like it's made of paper. This is some Captain America level super strength right here, so whatever this thing is, it is pretty goddamn strong. Unfortunately for this creature, being incredibly strong doesn't help you if you have terrible hearing and spatial awareness, even though this creature has been established to have pretty damn good hearing and spatial awareness, because Bronwyn yells and charges at it for a good couple of seconds before stabbing it in the back. In what I can only describe as the mother of all conveniences, the sword gets stuck on a thingy, which means that the creature is stuck and can't move, giving Theo the chance to tie a noose and hook it. I was very much expecting this to go somewhere, where they keep it alive to show the town that the threat is real, hence the apparent need for the contrivance. But no. Theo fails to hang the creature, which means that Bronwyn then decapitates it with one swing of her sword. She then takes the severed head to the pub and tells the good people of Tirharad,
"Come with me if you want to live."
Now, if I was a sexism, I would observe at this point that all the men in this show are big dum-dums and all the women know what's really going on. But as I'm not a sexism, I will simply say, yeah, you go, girl. Okay, Bronwyn is extremely physically strong and is brave. Cut to Galadriel and Halbrand dealing with the thunderstorm. This scene really stretches believability because they are on what amounts to a plank of wood. There was really no need for the riders to make the storm anywhere near this ridiculous, but it was a rather blunt way for them to accomplish a few things. Galadriel is thrown overboard and is saved by Halbrand. When I say saved, I mean he puts her back on the plank of wood during a tsunami. Hopefully they make it out of this alive. On second thought, Halbrand has already saved Galadriel's life by picking her up after the worm encounter, which means this storm and this scene are entirely unnecessary. Cut to, yeah, I guess they do make it out alive, because remember kids, if it isn't on screen, it isn't happening. One day modern writers will learn about object permanence. Where was I? Oh yeah, cut to the Harfoots. We see the Meteor Man walking around on his own before he is found by Nori and Poppy. Nori apologizes to him and she says she is sorry that she can't help him, as the Harfoots are about to migrate, and she presumably has to make sure her dad doesn't shatter every joint in his body. The man appears to freak out because of their lanterns, and he then speaks to the fireflies that were within the lanterns. This is further reinforcing this idea that the man is Gandalf, as they are making very deliberate callbacks to imagery used in the Peter Jackson trilogy. I'm not going to talk about this now, but if I ever finish this series, I will collect the various examples of Rings of Power explicitly referencing the Peter Jackson trilogy to milk that sweet, sweet nostalgia boner, all while claiming to be doing their own thing. Anyway, we now see that the Fireflies have died. Presumably, they were killed by this man, although we do not yet know why.
Don't know, don't care. How's that?
And we then return to Khazad-dûm, and we see Durin speaking with his father, the king. Durin assures his father that Elrond doesn't know, and the king asks Durin if he thinks it's a coincidence that the elves suddenly need help from the dwarves. Durin replies that he trusts Elrond, even though for nearly half the time he has known Elrond, he has been entirely absent from his life. The king suggests that Elrond is asking the dwarves for their help because he knows about some secret discovery they have recently made. The king then shows Durin something glowing in a box, which I assume is whatever this super secret thing is. Of course, the only reason why the king walked over to the box, opened it, and looked at what was inside was to provide a visual cliffhanger for those members of the audience who periodically leave the room to lick some windows. We then see that Galadriel and Halbrand did in fact survive the storm at sea. Both appear to be barely conscious, suggesting that this boat has just randomly found them. And that, dear viewer, marks the end of episode 2 of Rings of Power.
Thank God.
Now then, let's take a look at each plot thread and see what the writers wanted to accomplish and the various ways in which the writers manipulated time and space in order to facilitate their plot needs. We can start with Galadriel's plot. The writers needed to have her escape the consequences of her actions at the end of the previous episode, and they needed to introduce the character of Halbrand. They needed to establish that Halbrand is, put simply, sketchy as fuck. They needed to establish that Halbrand looks out seemingly entirely for himself, although he is also willing to help Galadriel despite her being the character she is established to be. The writers used the character of Halbrand to allow Galadriel to inform us that she felt duty-bound to return to Middle-earth, which we already knew. And the writers used the character of Galadriel to inform us that Halbrand sees through her egotistical bullshit, which is actually quite refreshing. I hope this guy doesn't turn out to be evil. Anyway, the way the writers saved Galadriel in episode 2 amounts to essentially writing, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, instead of the more narratively coherent and satisfying, this happened because of this, but then this happened as a result of that, etc., etc.
We can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words "and then" belong between those beats, you're f***ed.
Galadriel accidentally finds a raft with some survivors on board. Those survivors are quickly and conveniently removed from the plot, with the exception of Halbrand, who then assists Galadriel for reasons that are unclear, but I assume they will be expanded upon later. Halbrand explicitly saves Galadriel's life twice, and then the two of them accidentally get found by another ship. And finally, Halbrand tells Galadriel about where he came from, and that it was attacked by orcs, thereby giving Galadriel a short-term goal and motivation. Again, I assume that there is far more to Halbrand than meets the eye, because he is, as the kids say, sus, which could potentially call everything he says and does into question.
God damn
Until
it.
the show tells me more about Halbrand, I will reserve judgment on how well written of a character he is. Galadriel's plot in episode 2 as a whole, however, is contrivance followed by contrivance followed by contrivance. Now on to the Arondir and Bronwyn plot. The writers needed these two to explore Horden, have Arondir get captured, and have Bronwyn evacuate Tir Harad. Sounds pretty simple, right? Well, the way they accomplish this begins with them further reinforcing that Bronwyn knows the people of Horden very well, which emphasizes the fact that she is quite possibly a psychopath, given her lack of emotional response to the situation she is in. She is pretty much on par with Arondir in this department, but with Arondir it makes sense. Arondir is at least hundreds, potentially thousands of years old, and he is a soldier. He is acting largely how one would expect. Bronwyn is not. Anyway, in order to be captured, Arondir decides to explore the mysterious hole in the ground in the abandoned and destroyed village. His only reason for going down there is that he does not know what is down there, which when you think about it is actually a reason not to go down there.
Do you know what autistic is?
Anyway, the writers know that they want Arondir to be captured in this episode, so I guess down he goes. It's just easier to have him be a dumbass momentarily than to have him be captured due to being outsmarted or overconfident, or anything that tells us anything about his character. While Arondir is spelunking, Bronwyn needs to convince the people of Horden to evacuate. Rather than having them accept that maybe there is some truth to her story, the barman's response to Bronwyn's claim that the city is deserted and destroyed, and there is a giant unnatural hole in the ground is, yeah, well, the ground is kind of dodged sometimes, I don't know. So regardless, Bronwyn needs to find a way to prove to the people of Tir Harad that she is telling the truth. Right on time, the evil spooky that was digging holes has just digged a diggy hole right under Bronwyn's house, of all places. So not only did this creature arrive just in time for her to be proven right, but it also decided to dig its way right under her house. Now, the more astute viewer might be thinking, but hold on, doesn't her son have the evil sword with the mark of Sauron on it? And you are absolutely correct. Given what we have been told by Galadriel, even though she pulled this information out of thin air, it would make sense for the orcs to head towards the evil sword, hence them digging specifically to Bronwyn's house. However, this would be the first and only example of the mark of Sauron being used in this way, and it is still incredibly convenient timing. And it doesn't explain what happened to Horden. Did Horden also have an evil sword? So whilst this plotline gets a plus for implying rather than outright stating that the mark of Sauron caused the orcs to come to Tir Harad, this is knocked more than a few
Look,
pegs
it's a
right back
whore!
down again because of the other conveniences surrounding this fact. And to be honest, I don't
Lovely.
even know that the evil sword is the reason the orcs came here. Maybe I'm just willing
Look,
to give
it's
the
a
writers
man
more credit
whore.
than they deserve.
Lovely.
Anyway, Bronwyn and Theo defeat the spooky diggy boy in a scene which is, simply put, absurd nonsense that makes the monster appear super powerful, but also retarded. Let's go through this point by point and see what we can learn about this creature. It clearly has very good hearing because it is able to find Bronwyn in the cupboard. It also clearly does not have very good hearing because Theo is able to sneak up on it and stab it in the back. And later in the scene, Bronwyn yells at it and is still able to charge it and stab it in the back again. It is clearly extremely physically strong because it both punches clean through a table and throws the table across the room with seemingly little effort. It is also notably unintelligent, as it is pursuing Theo, presumably with intent to kill. When Theo runs up some stairs, the creature destroys the stairs instead of climbing them and killing him. As this is the first orc-type creature we have seen in Rings of Power so far, I don't yet know if this is actually a regular orc or a particular roided-up dumbass orc that they use for digging. Which of these two ends up being correct will affect my overall view of this scene. Anyway, Bronwyn then drops off the orc's decapitated head at the pub because she's an uber-macho, strong and silent kick-ass mum. And we later see that this was sufficient proof, as presumably the entirety of Tir Harad is evacuating as a result of this. So, overall, the Arondir-Bronwyn plot was pretty special. Arondir became an idiot, and Bronwyn became an orc killing machine. So if I'm as charitable as possible, and I assume that the insane contrivance of the orcs literally tunneling under her house was due to the evil sword, then I would rank this plot as middling when compared to the others. If the orcs' arrival has nothing to do with the evil sword, then this plot line is the worst we have seen so far. Now on to Nori's plot, which primarily involves her interactions with the mystery man who fell from the sky. The writers needed to set up that he is something Nori, and presumably Middle-earth at large, have never experienced before. I think the only reasonable assumption is that he is a wizard, but I can't really say any more than that at this point. We learn that Nori feels responsible for the not wizard for reasons that are not any more complex than saying that Nori feels responsible for everyone. She explicitly states at one point that this is not the case.
Like, it's my responsibility. You feel like everyone is your responsibility.
No! This is different.
But then later in the episode, when her dad breaks his ankle, we learn that this does in fact seem to be the case. Nori gradually befriends the not wizard and teaches him to speak in a rudimentary fashion, and also teaches him to eat. And we also get the aforementioned hilarious scene where the writers wanted to make clear that Nori is shirking her duties as a Harfoot by breaking the rules and spending time with this strange man by having her dad act like a grade A retarded person so that Nori can then feel guilty about not being there to stop him. And the conclusion of this plot for now is that Nori makes clear that she doesn't think that she can actually help the stranger, who then appears to speak to the Fireflies and makes them into a constellation so that Nori can presumably follow it somewhere and give her something to do in episode 3. So overall, the Nori plot in episode 2 is definitely better than the Galadriel one because the sequence of events appears largely to adhere to the basic rules of causality. However, the character work is, as usual, as blunt as a rock. And finally, we get the Elrond plot. The Elrond plot needed to have Elrond acquire a workforce for Celebrimbor. The writers needed to establish who the dwarves are, who Durin is, and what Durin and Elrond's relationship is like. These characters needed to overcome their differences for the most part, and the episode ends somewhat ambiguously, as the king never actually agrees to help Elrond, despite Prince Durin vouching for him. This, subjectively, is my favorite part of Rings of Power thus far because I quite like the character of Durin. Objectively, however, when it comes to the writing, this subplot is verging on nonsense. We have the absurdity of Elrond and Celebrimbor walking to Khazad-dûm. We have the very much out-of-character decision for Elrond to abandon Celebrimbor, someone he deeply respects, in the wilderness hundreds of miles from his home. We have Elrond being denied entry to Khazad-dûm due to an appropriate and in-character decision from Prince Durin, which is then subverted by the insane contrivance that there is a particular thingy you can just say, which means all dwarves have to kind of let you in anyway. We have Prince Durin telling a room full of people something they already know. We have the very understandable and again in-character diatribe from Durin establishing his anger and frustration with Elrond, but this is muted by Elrond's inexplicable lack of understanding as to what he has done wrong, as well as Durin accidentally on purpose inviting Elrond to dinner. This is made even more ridiculous when Durin states that he believes the reason for Elrond finally visiting his supposed friend after 20 years is because he was sent by the Elven King to steal the dwarves' magical MacGuffin. This plot ends with Durin hearing Elrond's proposal, which as far as we can assume at this point involves the dwarves building Celebrimbor's forge for him in return for some kind of payment, and Durin's father the king making clear that he does not want elves and dwarves to work together. So in conclusion, the Elrond plot is a mess of contrivances and inexplicable character decisions that brings with it a complete lack of respect for distance and time. So that brings us to the end of episode 2 of Rings of Power. Before concluding, I have 3 questions which I will be watching closely for an answer to going ahead. Why did Gil-galad send Elrond specifically to help Celebrimbor? Why must the forge be completed by spring? And is Halbrand actually from Horden? Hopefully we will get some satisfactory answers to all of these, but my confidence in this show continues on its downward trajectory. Overall, I definitely enjoyed this episode more than episode 1, almost entirely because of the Khazad-dûm scenes, but as I have explained, those scenes are no better mechanically than any of the other subplots. At this point, the show is pretty universal in its writing quality, which means there is little to no hope that the show will end up as anything approaching good by the end of the season. The best I can reasonably hope for is for it to be superficially enjoyable, which I at least got a hint of in this episode. Well, if you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you would like to see my coverage of episodes 3 through to the end of the season, please consider liking, sharing.
Oh, okay. I'm very tired. I took my pills, as you might have seen. I'm going to stop now, and I'm probably going to go to bed soon. Sorry I didn't really say too much. There just wasn't that much to say. I was in...
Sunseal, well, that was something.
I was in...
Sunseal, 07.
Hey, son. I was enjoying listening to your boy rant. As you can see, son, I've almost raised a quarter of what we need to pay for Chip's surgery, amazingly enough. Did you just leave and then come back? You sure did. Anyway, I have been streaming for...
Sunseal, I was always here.
4 hours, 4.5 hours. Damn, that's pretty good. And, yeah, so anyway...
Sunseal, the chat refreshes.
Ah!
Sunseal, XD.
Well, anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. I will see everybody tomorrow, where I will stream some more, and we will listen to more Rings of Power bullshit. and hopefully play other...
Rats on Take Cash.
Thanks. And hopefully play other games than Hades and Final Fantasy, even though they're the only ones I'm really in the mood to play for some reason. Figures, right?